Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Hey there.
Hi, Paco. There's always this kind of awkward moment at the beginning of Zoom meetings when nobody knows whether the meeting's supposed to start or not.
Be quiet or...
Right.
I think we're streaming.
Yep.
Here we are.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Hang on. Ah, my slides have disappeared, but they will come back.
Okay, if we get started, Lucy?
Yeah. For some reason, I mean, you could get started. I'll sort out the slide sharing as you're talking.
Cool. So, welcome everybody. My name is Dave Donaldson, and on behalf of the rest of the organizers of this event, that's David Atkins, Cecile Gobert, Pete Klenow, Imran Razul, Meredith Starts, Eric Verhoeven, and Chris Woodruff. We're all delighted that you could join us today. Not quite the usual fun of being together in person, especially in California this time of year, but we will obviously have a lot of fun nonetheless. And we're, as ever, grateful to Stanford, the King Center, for hosting us as they have in the past. So we'll get started right away, though. Just wanted to remind you about the kind of rough format here. So there will be one paper at a time, 60-minute slot for each paper. The idea is the first 50 minutes will be when the presentation can take place, and then there'll be sort of 10 minutes at the end for question and answer, out loud, spoken. Ask your question, and it'll be answered real time, Q&A. In addition, we kind of like the idea of during those 50 minutes, if the author, the presenter, can pause maybe roughly halfway for approximately 5 minutes to take some out loud questions too that are building up in people's minds, that would be useful as well. However, along the way, feel free to type in any written questions you have in the Q&A box, and the moderator of each paper will read those, and if they see something urgent, they will intervene to ask that out loud. And also, co-authors of the presenters are sometimes here on hand to provide written answers as well. So if you do want to ask a question out loud during the Q&A sessions, the pause or the 10 minutes at the end, then just click the raise your hand button, and the moderator will then take people in to ask their questions in turn. And it's obviously more fun if you're willing, if you're able to turn on your video when you ask your question. We'll enable that feature once you do the raising of the hand. Okay, so I think that's everything for logistics, and that means that we can get started. So Lucy Gaden will be presenting first, and Lucy, please take it away when you're ready.
Thanks, Dave. And thanks for having me. It's an honor to be kickstarting this conference. Thanks everyone for attending in these crazy times. I'm assuming you can all see my screen and hear me. If not, please let me know. Good. So yeah, I will stop throughout the talk to take questions at least once. And my co-author, Roland Ratlo, is available on the chat to answer questions there if you have them. But Chris, feel free to interrupt me at any time if you feel that there's a pressing question that needs answered. So this paper is called Taxation and Supply Networks. It's joint work with Tusha Nandi, who's at the Center for Social Science Studies in Kolkata, and Roland Ratelot, who's a colleague of mine at Warwick. And this paper is fundamentally about how taxes affect firm-to-firm trade in the developing world. So we know there are large international trade costs in developing countries that tend to limit market integration in these countries. And the existing literature has told us quite a lot about how transport costs and more generally geography is affecting these international trade costs. But potentially tax systems also play a role because taxes can affect the incentives agents have to trade with each other. That's particularly true when you're thinking about value-added taxes, which I'm going to call VAT throughout this talk. Why? Because under a VAT system, firms that pay VAT can deduct taxes paid by their suppliers, VAT paid by their suppliers from their tax liabilities. So there's no taxes on firm-to-firm transactions if both firms pay VAT. But that's not true for a firm that doesn't pay the VAT. A firm that doesn't pay the VAT can't deduct VAT paid by their suppliers on their transactions. So there's a tax paid on some firm-to-firm transactions. I'm going to be a lot more formal about this in a minute, but you can already see how this is going to lead to VAT-paying firms being more likely to want to trade with other VAT-paying firms and potential chain segmentation between firms that pay VAT and firms that don't. But why should you care about this in a conference that's about firms, trade, and development? Well, the VAT is a major, if not the major source of government revenues in developing countries. But when you're thinking about taxes in the developing world, taxes of firms in particular, a key thing to take into account is that in the same economy, you're going to have a bunch of firms that pay VAT and a bunch of firms that don't pay VAT coexisting in the same market. By firms that don't pay VAT, I mean obviously some informal firms, but also some firms that are registered with the tax authorities do pay some taxes, but not VAT. Right, so if you have a lot of firms that pay VAT, firms that don't, that coexist in the same economy, then the question of whether the tax system is going to lead to segmentation between these firms actually matters and can limit the extent of the international trade. So what we do in this paper is consider these two related questions. The first is, how does the tax system, the VAT system, affect firm-to-firm trade in a large developing economy, that's the state of West Bengal in India? And the second question is, how does the shape of firm-to-firm trade, i.e. supply networks, how does that affect firms' tax decision, more precisely, firms' decision of whether or not to pay VAT? Okay, so to answer these questions, we're going to start by documenting the extent of segmentation of supply chains between firms that pay VAT and firms that don't in West Bengal and India. The reason we can do this is we have very rich panel data on the universe of tax-registered firms in West Bengal, and importantly, the transactions between them. We're going to find quite a lot of segmentation of supply networks. And so to understand why this segmentation arises in equilibrium, we're going to build a simple model of firms' tax and sourcing decisions. The model is going to tell us there's going to be partial segmentation between firms that pay VAT and firms that don't, because of two mechanisms. The first is supply chain distortions. So firms that pay VAT are more likely to want to buy inputs from other firms that pay VAT than from firms that don't. The second one is strategic complementarities. Firms are going to take into account what their supply networks are doing when choosing whether or not to pay VAT.
Did we lose Lucy?
Yep.
Dave, you're muted. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I said, yeah, it seems like it. I see one co-author. Hold on.
She's back.
My apologies. I seem to have lost internet, which is so I'm based in London, and for those of you who are not used to UK IT infrastructure, it's terrible, and it's been a lot worse since March 2019. I'm hoping I have 3 now internet connections. I'm hoping this will last. My apologies. So I'm not sharing my screen anymore. I need to get back on screen sharing.
No worries, Lucy. Just pick up where we lost you. We can sort out where that is.
Can you see? Is my screen back on?
It's coming now.
Oh, now it should be, right? Yes. Right. Oh, yes. I think I was telling you about the large literature. I'm hoping internet will last, but the large literature looks at how tax policy affects international VAT affects trade between firms within a country. And in doing so, we contribute to this large literature and market integration in developing countries by showing that taxes do affect internal trade costs. We're also talking to this literature on firms in developing countries that focuses on client-supplier relationships in these countries. There, I guess our novelty is that compared to literature, the literature tends to focus on relationships between multinational corporations and their domestic suppliers in these countries. We're looking at relationships between firms in the domestic economies. We're going to find that taxes shape these relationships and also contribute to keeping smaller and medium-sized firms small by affecting their supply networks. Okay. So just
Lucy, I'm having trouble hearing.
The main tax levied by the
Lucy, if you can hear, it might help if you turn off your video. You're breaking up. We can't really hear you. So if you might, yeah, okay.
Didn't we agree it's the role of the moderator to tell jokes during such awkward pauses?
I'm contacting co-authors to see if they have slides that they might be able to present. I was seeing if Roland might, if we don't get Lucy back. Roland, are you there? I see, he doesn't have the slides.
Lucy can share in the chat the slides probably.
Yeah, if she's able to get on at all. she might be able to do that.
Or by email if not.
Yeah.
You're back, Lucy.
She's back. Okay.
Yes, I know, and I apologize for this. I'm not quite sure what I can do, except if this happens again. Hold on. Should I keep?
It's been
So
suggested
one
that
thing is you might turn your video off and just do the slides and share screen, because that might make it slightly less.
And then if this happens again. It looks like, yeah. And okay. This one is the day where I'm being live streamed. All right, moving on. So yes, what was important about the context to know is that whilst the VAT is state in this context, crucially for us, firms that are small, i.e. that have a turnover below 5 million rupees, can choose between paying the VAT or paying taxes under a simplified tax scheme. If they pay taxes under the simplified tax scheme, they have to pay a small 0.25% tax on their total turnover instead of the VAT. And crucially, they can't deduct the VAT paid by their suppliers from their tax liability. So this scheme is available for small firms, but in practice, the vast majority, well, 60% of the firms that pay taxes in West Bengal are small enough to be eligible to pay taxes under the simplified scheme. Okay, so the data we have is administrative data on 180,000 firms that pay taxes. That's the universe of all firms that pay taxes in West Bengal over 6 years. We observe all firms that pay taxes, whether they pay taxes under the VAT or under the simplified tax scheme. The main variables we observe are obviously the tax scheme, their total sales, importantly, what products they sell and their locations. We observe their postcodes. And crucially for what we're going to do, VAT firms have to report transactions with other tax-registered firms to the tax authorities. So we observe, thanks to this data, transactions between VAT firms and their suppliers and clients, whether these suppliers or clients pay the VAT or pay taxes under the simplified tax schemes. This means we have transaction data on the nearly 5 million annual supplier-client pairs in this economy. What do we know about transactions? We know the amount of the transaction and the tax ID of both trading partners. So with this, putting together the firm level data and the transaction data, we can observe for each firm that pays VAT for each firm in the economy, how much of it sells to VAT paying clients and how much of it inputs it purchases from VAT paying suppliers. And that's what I'm plotting here. So I'm plotting how much firms trade with VAT trading partners as a function of firm size, and I'm zooming in around this 5 million rupee threshold, above which firms have to pay the VAT. In red, you have firms that have chosen to pay the VAT. In blue, you have firms that are in the simplified tax scheme. And what you can see is that firms that pay the VAT sell more and buy more from other VAT paying firms, and this regardless of their size. We observe firms in both schemes at all points of the size distribution up to 5 million. Okay, and VAT paying firms clearly trade more with the other firms that pay VAT. You could say, well, some of this may be due with these firms being naturally in the same supply chains, i.e. maybe all the firms that pay VAT tend to be in Kolkata, and because they're close together, they tend to trade with each other. What we do in this paper is we test for this by looking at how much of the correlation between a firm's choice of tax scheme and how much it trades with other VAT paying firms, how much of this correlation could be explained by things like where they are, what they sell, or their size. And we're going to find that you can explain about half of the correlation at the top. So how much the correlation between tax scheme, and share of sales sold to VAT clients. About half of that can be explained by observables. We actually can't explain any of the correlation between the share of inputs purchased from VAT paying suppliers and firms' decisions to pay VAT. So what we're going to do next is build a simple model to try to understand why this segmentation between VAT and non-VAT firms in supply chain occurs in equilibrium. So I'll just do a quick sketch of the model here, and I'll take some time to stop when I'm done with exposing the model. So we're talking about a model in which there's a bunch of firms that produce using some intermediate inputs with the CES production function. The elasticity of substitution in production is going to be rho here. We're assuming monopolistic competition, which means constant markups. Our network assumption is that we have a directed network. So we have different production stages in supply chains. At the top of the supply chain, only labor. At the bottom of the supply chains, you have firms that produce using the intermediate inputs produced by other firms higher up in the supply chains, and they only sell to consumers. Crucially, there's a tax system in there. So firms choose between paying the VAT scheme, in which case they pay a VAT rate TI that can vary with the kind of product they're selling, or paying taxes under the simplified scheme, in which case they only pay a turnover tax TAU. So what's an equilibrium in this kind of model? Well, it's going to be characterized by, for each firm, its tax scheme. So we're going to write VI is equal to 1 if the firm pays the VAT, 0 otherwise. Then its position in supply networks, which we're going to write SIG, which is how much I buys from supplier J as a share of its inputs, and lambda KI, which is how much I sells to client K as a share of its sales. And we're going to get partial segmentation of supply networks between firms that choose to pay VAT and firms that choose not to pay VAT because of two mechanisms. The first mechanism I've already sketched out, it's supply chain distortions. This will occur even in a world in which firms' tax schemes are exogenously given. So even if firms are just randomly assigned to VAT or non-VAT, you'll have segmentation of supply chains between VAT and non-VAT firms because of this mechanism. So this basically says that firms buy more from VAT paying suppliers when they themselves pay VAT. So how much two firms trade depends on their choice of tax scheme. The shape of supply networks is shaped by the tax system. The implication of this proposition we're going to take to the data is what happens to trade between a client I and its VAT paying supplier J when firm I goes from not paying VAT to paying VAT. What this expression says is that the trade is going to increase. So I is going to start buying more from its VAT suppliers when it itself pays VAT. That effect is going to be increasing in TJ, which is the tax rate paid by the VAT supplier. Intuitively, what's going on here? Well, when I is in the simplified scheme, there's a tax on its transactions on what it buys from its VAT paying suppliers. However, when I enters the VAT scheme, there's no longer a tax on these transactions, so these suppliers become relatively cheaper. That effect is going to be stronger the higher the VAT rate paid by the supplier. The higher rho, which reflects I's willingness to substitute across suppliers, and the less I buys from VAT suppliers to start with. So SV0 here is how much I buys from VAT suppliers, even when it's in the simplified scheme. So intuitively here, a firm that's stuck that has to buy all of its inputs from VAT paying suppliers, even when it doesn't pay VAT himself, that firm will, its sourcing choices will be unaffected by its choice of tax scheme, because when it goes from not paying VAT to paying VAT, the relative prices of all its suppliers fall by the same amount. So its relative sourcing choices isn't effective. So this leads to supply chain segmentations, even when firms do not choose whether or not to pay VAT. Once you endogenize whether firms pay VAT, you find a second mechanism that goes in the same direction, that reinforces supply chain segmentation, which states that firms are more likely to choose to pay the VAT when their trading partners also pay VAT. So to characterize firms' choice of whether or not to pay VAT as a function of their supply networks, we have to characterize the supply networks in a world in which there's no taxes. So these are these S tilde and lambda tilde terms here, right? They characterize the supply networks in a world in which all the tax rates are zero. So they're just amounts of trade determined solely by technology parameters of firm's production function. And then with these parameters, you can characterize firm I's propensity to pay VAT as a function of these two parameters. The first one is how much of their sales they sell to these potential VAT paying clients. Right, so the more firms tend to sell to VAT paying clients, the higher the demand they face when they themselves pay VAT relative to when they're in a simplified tax scheme. Okay, so the more they will want to pay VAT themselves. The second term is the weighted share of their inputs that are purchased from VAT paying firms, right? Intuitively, the more a firm has to purchase for technological reason its inputs from VAT paying suppliers, the more it's going to pay VAT on its inputs if it chooses not to pay VAT. So the more it has to gain from itself also paying the VAT. So what this implies that supply networks are going to determine firms' tax decisions. And I'm going to stop quickly here. I'm wondering if I should try putting my video back on and see if, because it looks like my internet connection is more stable. So I'll give this a try, but I'm happy to take questions at this stage if there are any.
Okay, we have one in the Q&A. And I think I'm able to, so let me, Jaya, I can unmute you and you can ask your question.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Lucy. I just wanted to ask, maybe I missed this, but is the VAT paying firms' incentives to buy from other VAT paying firms in your model symmetric over whether they're purchasing inputs or selling outputs? And the reason that I ask is that you might think that if VAT paying firms may want to sell to non-VAT paying firms because those firms have less pressure to obtain record of the sale, and then that would lead to easier evasion for the VAT paying firm.
I mean, so the way the VAT system works, and I apologize, I don't even know what part of what I said was when I had no internet, so maybe I wasn't very clear. But the way the VAT system works is there's actually no tax paid on transactions between two VAT paying firms, right? So in that sense, there's no incentive for VAT paying firms to not want to sell to other VAT paying firms because there's just no taxes there, right? So if I understand your question correctly, that there's symmetry in the sense that VAT paying firms should prefer to trade with other VAT paying firms because there's no taxes on the inputs they buy from them. But similarly, amongst their clients, their VAT paying clients should prefer them over non-VAT paying firms because there's no taxes on these transactions as well. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll follow up later if it's still unclear, but that's great.
Okay.
Great. I don't see any other questions in the Q&A. Why don't you go ahead and we'll save some time at the end for other questions.
Thank you. Okay. In the paper, we present a bunch of cross-sectional evidence in line with the two mechanisms predicted by a model. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to estimate both of the mechanisms, so the supply chain distortions and the idea of strategic complementarities in firms' decision of whether or not to pay VAT. I'm going to try to show you evidence on these causal effects using changes over time within firms and pairs. So I'll leave the cross-sectional evidence to the paper and to readers interested to have a look at that. And I'll focus on what happens within firms over time. So everything I'm going to show you from now relies on using the roughly 8,000 firms that change tax scheme go from the simplified tax scheme to the VAT scheme or vice versa over time. Okay, so to give you an idea of the kind of evidence we're going to be using here, so this is graphically what happens over time when firms change their tax scheme. So in red, you have firms that go from being in the simplified tax scheme to being in the VAT scheme in year 0 here. In blue, you have firms that go from the VAT scheme to the simplified scheme also in year 0. And then in gray and black, you have firms that don't change tax scheme over time. And I'm plotting how much they buy, the share of their inputs they buy from VAT paying suppliers changes over time. And what you can see is that firms in red that go from the simplified tax scheme to the VAT scheme, there's an increase at the same time as when they enter the VAT scheme in how much they buy from VAT suppliers, and the reverse for firms that exit the VAT scheme and enter the simplified tax scheme. So obviously, I'm not going to claim any causal.
Lucy, your audio is breaking up again. You might want to flip your video off.
Because our model actually tells us that the causal effect goes in both directions, right? The supply chain, yeah?
Lucy, your audio is breaking up. You might want to flip
I
your video
will get rid
off
of my
here.
video again. Thanks.
Okay.
Just that when firms change tax scheme, they're going to change their. I've put my video off. Okay, I'm going to continue in FID as much as he can, finding the slides in the Dropbox. I'm sorry, this is the best I can do. Okay, so as the model actually predicts that there's going to be reverse causality going from firms' choice of whether or not to pay the VAT scheme to their choices of inputs, and when how much they can buy from VAT paying suppliers, that's also going to affect their choice of whether or not to pay the VAT themselves. Okay, so starting with, so how are we going to disentangle these two mechanisms? I'll start with the supply chain distortions mechanism. So recall here that the question is, do firms trade more with VAT paying suppliers when they themselves pay the VAT? What we're going to do to test this is we're going to use pair level observations, where a pair is a client I, a supplier J, that trade at some point over the 6 years that we have in the data. And we're going to estimate how much I buys from its supplier J as a function of I's decision of whether or not to pay the VAT. How are we going to get at identification here? Well, we're going to restrict our sample to pairs in which the client is small enough that the client could choose whether or not to pay the VAT. But the supplier is very large. So the supplier is way above the 5 million threshold. So the supplier doesn't choose whether or not to pay the VAT. It's stuck to pay. There's no complementarities between here. We're also going to use in our preferred specification both year fixed effects. So we're going to allow for supplier-specific productivity shocks for client size. So fundamentally, with identification going to small firms that both buy from a large VAT-paying suppliers, and one of them changes its tax status over time, and the other client doesn't change its tax status over time. And we're going to ask whether the one that, for example, enters the VAT, does that client start buying more from the large VAT-paying supplier over time? Okay, so our identifying assumption is going to be that there's no pair-specific shock causing both changes in trade and tax choices simultaneously. So these are our results, focusing on the first 3 columns here. So in the first column, we only have pair and year fixed effect. In columns 2 and 3, we're introducing the supplier times year fixed effect. What we find is that when clients enter the VAT, they start buying more from their VAT paying suppliers. The effects are a bit smaller when you include these supplier specific time shocks, as we'd expect. So on average in column 2, we find an effect that's about 11 percentage points. In column 3, we see that this effect is smaller the more the client, was already buying inputs from VAT paying suppliers when in a simplified scheme. That's as the model predicted. In addition, the model had two additional predictions. The first one was that actually these two coefficients in column 3 should be roughly the same size and should sum up to 0. That's roughly what we see. What this is saying is that a firm that already buys all of its inputs from VAT paying suppliers to start with won't be affected. Its sourcing decisions won't be affected when it itself enters the VAT scheme, and that's what we see. The second auxiliary model prediction that we can test in the data is that this effect is going to be stronger the higher the VAT by the supplier. And so this is why we've actually split our sample. In the first 3 columns, we're looking at pairs in which the supplier pays the low tax rate. In the last 3 columns, we're looking at pairs in which the supplier pays the high tax rate. And we're finding, as the model predicts, that we have stronger effects when the VAT rate paid by the supplier is higher. Finally, our model also tells us that we can recover estimates of rho, the elasticity of substitution in production, from these estimates. And throughout all our robustness checks in the paper, we're always going to find values of rho between 4 and roughly 7, which is in line with actually what the trade and IO's literature has tended to find using very different kinds of estimation methods, so that we see this as a reassuring sign. Okay, I think I've said all of this. So moving on to strategic complementarities. So recall here the question we're interested in. Is it the case that firms are more likely to choose to pay VAT when more of their trading partners are themselves paying VAT? So our specification of interest here is not at the firm times year level, and the specification is motivated by the model. The outcome variable is the variable equals to 1 if the firm chooses to pay the VAT in year T and 0 otherwise. And this is a function of how much this firm sells to VAT paying clients. That's the first step here. Tends to buy from VAT paying suppliers. So this is, for those of you who are familiar with the social networks literature, this is completely the kind of specification that people use to estimate social networks effects. So we have identification challenges that are well known in this literature. In a nutshell, what we do to circumvent these challenges is we use instruments for the VAT share of sales of a firm's sales and the VAT share of a firm's inputs. With what we call these we're doing is we're only using variation paying firms that come from the entry and exit of firms' trading partners. So what we're not using as a source of identification is changes in trade over time, right? Because our model tells us that's endogenous, right? So that's a reverse causality here. And we're not using changes in the tax status, so the VAT choices of firms' trading partners over time, because there we have the reflection problem and the correlated effects problem. Okay, so we're only using variations that come from the fact that a lot of firms' trading partners enter and exit the data over time, affecting how much they can sell to or buy from VAT paying firms. Our identifying assumption is therefore that the entry and exit of a firm's trading partners only affect their choice of tax scheme through how much they can trade with VAT paying firms. Obviously, a challenge to this identifying assumption is that the entry and exit of a firm's trading partners can affect their size, and we're in a context in which firm size is going to be highly correlated and to a certain extent jointly determined the choice of whether or not to pay the VAT. So what we're going to do and what I'm going to show you next is so turnover less than 4 million, so that their firm size is not jointly determined with their choice of paying VAT or not. Okay, so this is what our results look like. In the first column, you have the naive OLS specification. The second column is our reduced form. The third column is our IV, where we're using VAT inputs and predicted share VAT sales. So that's only using variations that come from the entry and exit of a firm's trading partners. what we find is the model predicts, the more a firm tends to sell to VAT-paying clients or buy from VAT-paying suppliers, the higher the propensity that it itself pays the VAT. The magnitudes here employ all its trading partners, not to shift all of its trading partners to start. These estimates imply that this would increase the firm's propensity to pay VAT by about 14 percentage points. From baseline, that's about 84% that pay VAT. Right? So effects are not huge, but they're not trivial either. Okay, so hopefully you've heard enough of this because my internet's been stable enough that I've convinced you that there's a causal effect of firms' tax status on their sourcing decision, on how much they decide to trade with different kinds of suppliers, and a causal effect of where they are in supply chains, how much they can trade with VAT-paying clients and suppliers on their decision to pay VAT or not. To understand whether the magnitude of these mechanisms is economically meaningful, what we do in the paper is we simulate a counterfactual policy reform. We simulate a policy that would basically exempt all firm-to-firm transactions from the VAT. In this context, that means it's tax reform which would allow firms in a simplified tax scheme to deduct the VAT paid by their suppliers on their inputs from their tax liability. So this reform would have a small effect on government revenues. That's basically a transfer. Governments will have a bit less VAT revenues, and that would be a transfer to the profits of some firms in the data. More interestingly, this reform would affect firms' behavior in two ways. The first is the reform would effectively completely remove the tax wedge on transactions between clients that are in a simplified tax scheme and their VAT-paying suppliers. This is going to have a direct positive effect on firms in the simplified tax scheme because it's basically by making it sure that they don't pay VAT on their inputs, you're going to decrease their input costs, which is going to allow them to sell at a lower price, which is going to allow them to gain market shares. That's going to have a positive effect on their growth. It's going to have an indirect effect on firms that pay VAT, to the extent that these firms are either competitors of firms in the simplified tax scheme, or they're suppliers of firms in the simplified tax scheme. So they find themselves upstream of firms that have a positive direct growth effect. The second effect is the complementarity with respect to suppliers. The reform is going to mean that small firms that buy a lot of their inputs from large VAT-paying suppliers no longer have an incentive to themselves pay VAT. That's going to lead to some firms exiting the VAT tax scheme. So what we do is we use our model and our estimates of both BRO, the elasticity of substitution and production, and strategic complementarities to quantify both of these effects. And this is what we find here, where I'm plotting the effect of the reform on firm growth by decile of the firm size distribution prior to the reform. And what you can see is that whilst on average, the growth effects of this reform would be small, there'd be less than 1% of firm growth on average, there are larger effects concentrated in the bottom and middle of the firm size distribution. Why? Well, because in practice, the firms that are very positively effective are firms in the simplified tax scheme, and they're small and medium sized. So in practice for them, we're moving quite a large tax wedge on their input costs. So that has a large positive growth effect for them. Whereas for firms in the VAT scheme, a lot of them are upstream of firms in the simplified tax scheme. So they do benefit from their clients or their clients' clients growing, but these represent only a small share of their sales. So the effects on growth are small here. Okay, in terms of complementarities, our estimates imply that you'll have a small effect with some firms leaving the VAT scheme. Roughly 3% of firms that have the choice between paying VAT and paying the simplified tax scheme would actually leave the VAT scheme, according to our estimates, if we did this reform. That would be a loss of VAT revenues for the government, obviously, but it would be a very small effect because these firms are very small. And most of the VAT revenues is gathered from the top 5% of firms in distribution. Finally, what we can do is we can use the reform to try to use this counterfactual reform to try to understand how much of the segmentation that I had started by showing you, the segmentation in supply chains between VAT and non-VAT paying firms, how much of this would be removed if we made all firm-to-firm transactions exempt from VAT. So we would actually remove half of the segmentation up in supply chains with this reform, but only 15% of the segmentation at the bottom of supply chains. And that's because in practice, what the reform wouldn't change is the fact that customers, so households at the very bottom of the chain, still have an incentive to buy more from firms that don't pay the VAT, because these firms, sorry, not these firms, because consumers cannot deduct the VAT paid by the firms they buy goods from their own tax liability. Okay, I'll just talk briefly about what this implies more generally for policy. So the supply chain distortion story basically tells us that whilst the VAT may be a good tax for developing countries in general, so there's a literature out there that will tell you that there are positive compliance effects of the VAT that makes it a good tax for developing countries, these supply chain distortions introduce an efficiency cost of the VAT. By distorting firm-to-firm trade, it decreases market integration and it maintains some firms smaller than they would be otherwise, right? Which makes the VAT not ambiguously more efficient than other ways to tax sales. It also implies that a big reform that was done in India in 2017, which basically removed VAT-induced distortions to trade between firms in different states, was a good idea, because that's going to lead there used to be distortions to trade between different states that were similar to the ones we're studying in this paper, and the 2017 reforms removed those. So that would have led to more trade and firm growth, according to our estimates. And finally, the strategic, yeah.
You got about just to say you've got about 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm wrapping up, so that's good. On the strategic complementarities side, what we're showing is that a firm does take into account what its suppliers and its clients are doing when deciding where they'll be. That means that if you shock parts of the supply chain into paying the VAT, you're going to have other parts of the supply chain that could potentially follow them into the tax net. Right? So there's multiplier effects of tax interventions. That in itself isn't good or bad, but in the context of developing countries in which governments are constantly trying to expand the tax base, I would argue that this is potentially a good aspect of the VAT. It does mean that, you know, any policy interventions that are successful at pushing some firms into paying the VAT are going to have large positive multiplier effects with other firms also choosing to start paying the VAT. So I'll conclude by just recapping this idea that, you know, taxes affect firm-to-firm trade. I hope I've convinced you that the VAT in this context tends to limit the market integration in a large developing economy. But also the shape of supply networks affects firms' decision of whether or not to pay the VAT, which implies that tax interventions will spread through supply chains. I want to, you know, finish by mentioning the elephant in the room, which is the informal sector. So everything I've shown you so far has been about segmentation between firms that pay VAT and firms that don't. But the firms that don't pay VAT were firms that are still registered with the tax authority, so they're still formal in that sense. But in the background, in India and in developing countries, you also have a lot of firms that are completely outside the tax net and are informal. And both of the mechanisms I've walked you through, both supply chain distortions and strategic complementarities, are also relevant for the trade between these two types of firms. So our results imply that informal firms also trade too little with VAT firms, right? The VAT system is going to lead to too little integration between informal firms and VAT paying firms. But our results also imply that, you know, if you start getting some firms to pay the VAT, you're going to potentially see some firms exiting the informal sector and starting to pay the VAT, when their trading partners do. I'll end here and I'll open the floor for questions. Please feel free to ask anything. And again, my apologies for the poor quality of the internet throughout all of this.
No worries, Lucy. Thanks, and thanks for staying on track in spite of the poor quality of the internet. I think we heard most everything after you came back after the Q&A. So if people have questions,
Right.
if they could use the raise hand feature, then we will unmute you and allow you to ask your question. While the questions are building up, let me ask you a question, Lucy, which is what's at stake for the government here? That is, do they care whether these, I know these firms are small, so they're not going to care very much, but do they care at all whether the firms are in the simplified tax system or the VAT system? Do they gain when firms shift in tax revenue and the firms shift into the VAT system?
So they gain in terms of tax revenues because the turnover tax, so the tax they pay in the simplified tax scheme, is super small. And so most of the time they will gain a bit of tax revenues when firms enter the VAT system. But these effects are tiny, which is why in the policy counterfactual, tax revenues is another case where, the overwhelming majority of the revenues you get from the very, very biggest firms. So yes, there's a bit of revenues at stake for the government. I would argue that there's more at stake for the government in terms of thinking about firms' growth, and maybe governments should pay more attention and be more aware of the fact that the tax system as it is actually keeping some firms small. So these firms that are in between the informal sector and being completely formal, paying the VAT, that choose to pay the simplified tax scheme, it may seem good from a compliance perspective, pay the simplified tax scheme on the VAT, but because they're doing this, they're going to remain smaller than they would be otherwise.
Great. Imran.
Thanks, Chris. I couldn't actually raise my hand on the Zoom, so I just had to do it physically. So, Lucy, I just wanted to take you back to the estimates of the strategic complementarity.
Yeah.
So there we saw that the IV estimates were slightly larger than the OLS estimates. And so normally, my intuition always is with strategic complementarities, the OLS tends to be upwards biased. So can you say a little bit more about what that's sort of picking up, and in particular the overall interpretation of the specific late that you have here from the IV, given that that's important for some of the counterfactuals later? Yes,
so I don't have a great, so we were a bit puzzled by that as well, though I would like to point out that in terms of, yeah, you can still see my screen. So that all the standard errors and all these coefficients are typically too big for us to rule out all these coefficients being equal, except if you actually compare columns 2 and 1, which is the reduced form versus the OLS, where you actually see that the reduced form coefficient, for the one case where we can say that it's different from the OLS coefficient, it's actually smaller, which is, I think, our intuition and your intuition. My intuition also would have been the IV should have been smaller. It's, as it stands, we can't rule out it being just the same. I don't have a great explanation for that, except that to put out, I think these, that's actually often the case with the social effect estimation, and so I don't think we're the only ones that are puzzled by this. But yeah, I don't have a great answer to this more generally. What was your, sorry, you had a late question as well, which I'm not sure I got. What was the late?
Well, so the estimate of the strategic complementarities then that you're using for the counterfactuals is coming from column 3, is that right?
Yeah.
And so for any given IV that has a particular sort of late interpretation, if you had another IV, you would have got a different result there. The counterfactuals would be different. So, what is it? Can you say a little bit more about the specific late interpretation of the IV that you're using?
Yeah, so here the compliers, if you want, the firms that experience an entry and exit of one of their trading partners, so at some point during a sample period, they trade with VAT suppliers or clients, and that VAT supplier or client exits at some point over the 6 years. So one key thing which I should have mentioned, so thanks for the question, is ideally you don't want to be estimating this from a very small group of very specific firms for whose the trading partners just happen to exit. So we've had a look at how often smaller firms that do have a choice between paying VAT and not paying VAT experience an entry or an exit of their trading partners. And it turns out that that's about 60% of these firms that do experience an entry or an exit. I can't remember if it's what's the share that experience both. So it's actually quite a lot, because we have quite a lot of entry and exits in the data. So we're not estimating from a very particular set of compliers in that sense, which to us was reassuring.
Okay, other questions? You can either raise your hand or you can write them in the Q&A. Panelists, you can just unmute yourself if you have a question.
So yeah, I had a question. I'm not sure it's for this paper, but I kind of wanted to see eventually in this the trade-off between misallocation and shadow value of tax revenue. I guess one of the things that makes it particularly hard in this paper is obviously the informal sector, which you mentioned, and also just kind of entry and exit decisions maybe in the network.
Yes, so in a way the trade-off, so I think I should start by qualifying that the fact that we don't have the informal sector means we're reluctant to say something as large as, this is the total GDP cost to West Bengal from the existence of the VAT, because so the trade-off, if you want, would be this actually less than 1% firm growth effect, compared to this also less than 1% tax revenue loss effect. And then how you value those depends on, how much you value government revenues compared to firm growth. But we feel like we're completely underestimating the total effect on firm growth because we're not including the informal firms, right? So we have also all these transactions between smaller downstream informal retailers, and we know there's a lot of those in this context, and their larger VAT paying suppliers. And we think that that's potentially quite a non-trivial share of the economy. In India, estimates of the size of the informal sector is somewhere in the 50 to 70% share of value added. So it's potentially quite big. So if you want to have a proper answer to your question, we'd have to be willing to say something about transactions in the informal sector, which is something we fundamentally don't observe. So we haven't gone there, or we haven't gone there yet in this paper. But I appreciate that's kind of one of the big questions that's still out there.
Great, thanks.
I think Michael Gechter has a question.
Yeah, hi, Lucy.
Hi.
I guess what I was trying to understand was, so I may have missed something in the model, but the relationship between the model and the IV, because in the model, I was asking Roland about this. So in the model, there isn't really a notion of trading partner, right? Because there isn't an extensive margin. There's no like fixed cost of forming a connection. And so I guess I'm trying to square the prediction and what you're estimating in that part of when you're looking at the strategic complementarities with the particular instrument, with the way that the model is generating the predictions.
So no, that's right. You've understood that correctly. So the way we've kept things very simple. So in a way, you're right. There's no notion of trading partners because all of the firms trade with everybody else, right? But the way we think about it is, well, if your input share from a particular supplier is below a certain amount, you may choose to not use that person as a trading partner, as a supplier, but we haven't modeled that. We don't think we are in a setting where we have empirically a way to really say something meaningful about the intensive versus the extensive margins. So I'm not sure we can do a lot more than that. What we did do, however, we did check that the supply chain distortion story is also holds on the extensive margin, though we don't have a prediction, as you pointed out, on the extensive margin, because for us there's no distinction between intensive and extensive margin. But it is the case that when a firm starts paying the VAT paying supplier, so has less VAT paying suppliers, right? So you could do the supply chain distortions results on the extensive margin, and you'd get a similar sign, but we can't interpret the magnitudes in the same way that we can for the intensive margin. So I think, I mean, in a sense, our supply chain distortions estimates are not fully structural, because you're right, the source of variation we are using to estimate them. The complementarities estimates are not fully structural, because the source of variation we're using to estimate them isn't explicitly incorporated in the model.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking is that in the model, if a trading partner shuts down, then the firm can easily substitute to any other, because of that lack of fixed cost for forming a connection. They could just substitute costlessly to somebody else. So I guess my intuition is that if you lose a VAT paying trading partner, then you can find another one.
That's not how I would frame it, though. Again, I mean, this is outside of the model because we haven't explicitly done that. But I would think of it more as an exit, as the cost of trading with a particular supplier increases exponentially so much that your desired input share from that trading partner would fall below a certain level and you'd stop trading. That's how I would think about it. So no, it's not the case that you'd still be covered by your elasticity of substitution production, I think. But again, I'm extrapolating from a model which is one
Okay, I think we're going to need to wrap it up there. And thank you, Lucy, and thank you, everyone, for the questions. I think I'm now turning it over to Imran, if I'm not wrong, who will
Thanks, Chris.
Next session.
Thanks, Chris. So our next speaker is Ben Orkin, who I think I see right there. So Ben, just go ahead and share your screen. I understand you're fresh from teaching, so thanks for joining us.
Yes, I just finished teaching like 5 minutes ago, but I think I should be.
Okay, perfect. And the ground rules are: you have 50 minutes to present. There'll be a 10-minute.
50.
Yeah.
Okay.
50. And there'll be a 10-minute Q&A at the end. And during the 50 minutes, if you just plan to sort of take a break, like for a few minutes in the middle, where there can be questions that are answered then. I'm not sure if Rima's joining us in the...
I think she had something right until 12, so I think she was planning on logging in right at 12, so you should look for her.
Okay, perfect. So Rima will be joining us soon to answer questions in the chat, but otherwise, over to you, Ben. The floor is yours.
Terrific, great, yes, exactly. So thanks very much. So this is joint work with Khatib Basri Mayara Felix, who's a graduate student at MIT, and Rima Hanna, who will be hopefully joining us shortly. And if someone, there's Rima, terrific. Thank you very much. And the title is Tax Administration versus Tax Rates, Evidence from Corporate Taxation in Indonesia. And so by way of introduction, what this paper is about, we sort of start from the principle or the point that there's low tax revenue is a central challenge in many developing economies. I think that many of you are probably familiar with the idea developing countries collect, say, 10 to 20% of GDP in tax revenues compared to, say, 40% in advanced countries. And there's been sort of a lot of discussion about, well, why is that? And in particular, do countries have the ability to kind of raise more revenue if they wanted to? Or are they limited, by their administrative capacity or by other kind of fundamental aspects of their society? Okay, but lack of use of the financial system or whatnot. And there have been I think, a bunch of papers in recent years, which I've listed a few examples. And there's an excellent review paper by Joel Semrod that have shown that sort of different pieces of tax administration can potentially be an important part of this puzzle. But I think, sort of stepping back to this broader question, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty as sort of like, how would kind of a really large scale tax administration reform, how effective would this be? And if you're thinking kind of on the margin for a country that wants to raise more revenue, how should you be thinking about this question of kind of raising more revenue through improving administration versus through sort of changing your de jure tax code and raising rates? And how do you compare those things? And so that's kind of what we want to investigate in this paper. And we want to do that by investigating a large-scale tax administration change in Indonesia. And we're going to compare that to a change in the de jure tax schedule as well. Okay, and so we want to compare kind of on the margin these two different approaches to raising revenue in the same context. Okay, and so we're going to do that by studying two major changes in corporate tax policy in Indonesia. We're going to study them using administrative corporate tax, anonymized corporate tax data. And we're going to study two changes. One is going to be a change in taxpayer administration reform for corporate taxpayers that took place in 2007. And here's what that change was. So as many of you may know, corporate taxes tend to be very skewed. So a few taxpayers pay the most tax. So given that, most countries have around the world have actually realized that and sort of set up special kind of taxpayer units for their couple hundred largest taxpayers nationwide, which have much more kind of intensive tax administration. And Alumnia and Lopez Rodriguez have studied this, for example, in the context of Spain. So we want to say, well, what's the return to this idea of really intensive tax administration for kind of larger taxpayers in a developing country setting? And we're going to study this by looking at Indonesia's reform, which took this idea to the regional level and created what they're going to call medium taxpayer offices, or MTOs. And for each of Indonesia's 19 tax regions, which covers the whole country, they took this same idea and implemented it there. So they took, for each region, the largest, 300-400 corporate taxpayers in each region, and they moved them to a special tax office. This tax office, as I'll describe in more detail, had exactly the same structure, the same de jure tax environment, and the same organizational structure of like auditors and account representatives, and all those people were the same, except it just had more staff, like 3 to 4 times as many account representatives and auditors per taxpayer, and no individual taxpayers. So 3 to 4 times as many people per corporate taxpayer and no individual taxpayers. So we could do much more intensive tax administration. So we're going to study the impact of these firms of being moved over to the MTO using a match differences and differences design. Okay, and I'll explain more about that later. And we're going to find, by the way, really big effects. And we're going to suggest one mechanism why this thing may have been effective is we think it particularly effective is not only was it enhanced administration, but it reduced kind of the degree to which administration was size dependent. And I'll be clear on what I mean by that in a sec. The second reform we're going to study is reform to tax rates. Okay, so we're going to compare this to a change in tax rates. This is going to be for corporate income tax. So pre-2008, Indonesia had a progressive corporate income tax with a marginal rate that was based on your taxable income, i.e. your profits, with a top rate of 30%. It switches starting in 2009 to a system where there's a flat CIT as a function of your taxable income, but they give you discounts based on your gross income, based on your revenue. So you can think of it as a switch from having different marginal tax rates that were a function of taxable income to different marginal tax rates that are a function of revenue. So you can imagine then you can do a 2x2 based on your pre-period kind of revenue and your pre-period taxable income. Some firms are going to get a tax increase, some are going to get a tax decrease, and we're going to use that differential tax change to estimate the elasticity of taxable income. We're going to instrument for your tax change by taking your pre-period characteristics on these two dimensions and then running them through the schedule change. And that'll give us sort of an ETI. And once we have that, we're going to be able to benchmark kind of improved tax administration to like a counterfactual tax increase, like how much would you have had to raise this rate to get the same amount of tax revenue, and you need the ETI to figure that out. And we'll use that to sort of, we won't be able to give you an exact welfare answer, but we'll be able to use this theory. We're going to adapt this theory from Keen and Slemrod to say, well, to at least do some bounding exercises on what you have to say for this to tell us about welfare. So what do we find? Just preview results. So we find really big effects of the increased tax administration reform. So affected firms' tax payments rose by 128% on average over the 6 years after being moved to the medium tax office. So it's really big. The government costs of this were minuscule, less than 1% of the additional revenue collection. So kind of the net return to the government is almost the same as the gross return to the government. That's important because from a wealth perspective, what you care about is the net fiscal externality on the government. We find very similar effects for all three taxes these firms remit, which is value-added tax, corporate income tax, and withholding taxes on behalf of their employees. One thing that's going to be, I think, kind of interesting is we see big increases in reported gross incomes, as well as increases in declared formal employment and the wage bill, not just taxable income or tax payments. And another thing which is kind of interesting is we find that if we look at the time series patterns of this, or the time patterns of this, we find the effects actually grow over time. You might have imagined they get put into this enforcement regime, they pay a lot more higher taxes, but then they're facing like a higher effective marginal tax rate, and that's going to like slow firm growth, or maybe they're going to learn how to evade or something. And we see the opposite of that. Okay, we see on impact effects that then grow over time. And we'll talk about why that might be. But one thing I just also want to mention is these top line results. The higher sort of the fact that we find these results on gross income, et cetera, it's all very consistent with sort of more income or more business being brought kind of onto the books or onto the tax rolls. I think that's sort of an important way of thinking about it, which I think is relevant for the way we think about some of these corporate tax policies. In terms of, and we'll mention one kind of mechanism that we think may be relevant for why they were able to raise tax revenue without substantially distorting or firm growth. And that, of course, that we're only measuring things in reported tax data. And that's this idea of reduction in size dependent enforcement. And we'll actually show you some suggestive evidence that, in fact, in the old regime, in the regular tax offices, kind of given limited resources, governments are going after the big firms. That's fine. That could create some distortion effects. In the medium tax offices, they become much less, they increase the level of enforcement, but they become much less sensitive to firm size. And so we think that could be relevant as well. On tax rates, we estimate an ETI of 0.6, which is a little bit higher. There's actually not that many estimates of the ETI for corporate income tax. There's an estimate by Gruber and Rao, which gets 0.2. There's an estimate from Germany, it gets 0.6. There's one estimate that we are aware of in a developing country setting, which is this Bacchus et al. Bacchus paper in Costa Rica, that gets an estimate of 3, but that's for really, really small firms. So these firms look not sort of super duper elastic, and that suggests that actually Indonesia could, if it wanted to, raise corporate income taxes. It's like well below the LAFA rate, for example. And finally, we can do this comparison that I talked about, and the comparison is if you focus on just corporate income tax, the amount of tax revenue you get for CIT would be equivalent to raising marginal rates on all the firms, not just those affected firms, but all the firms by 8 percentage points. Which is pretty big. You couldn't actually get the VAT and all those other taxes just by doing corporate income tax alone. And we'll make some arguments to suggest that the administrative improvements are likely welfare improving unless kind of the private enforcement costs are really high. So that's kind of an overview. Let me outline a talk. I'll talk you a little bit about the setting. I'm gonna talk very quickly about the model. I don't want to spend too much time on the model. The main point is just to kind of motivate and sort of set up the sort of welfare analysis and empirical work. And then I want to make sure we have enough time to talk about sort of the key sets of empirical results on sort of, on these two different dimensions. Okay. So I guess I'll go till halfway through before we sort of break for questions. Is that right, Imran?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
About halfway.
So, yeah. So what are what do you need to know about the institutions to understand this paper? As I mentioned, there's 3 types of taxes: corporate income tax, VAT, and withholding taxes. They're remitted monthly. Annual CIT filings are due by April of the following year. That's going to be relevant for our timing because, as you'll see in a second, and it's administered centrally through all the taxes are relevant through sort of the Director General of Taxation. So it's a nationalized system with uniform law for the whole country. I think, as I mentioned, basically there are these these MTOs were created, they have substantially higher staffing ratios, like 3 to 4 times as many account representatives per corporate firm, 4 to 5 times as many auditors per corporate taxpayer, and no individual taxpayers. As far as we can tell, like staff quality and experience is broadly similar. We have some measures of this from kind of the administrative HR data. They're maybe like, I don't know, on average, like 0.4 years more experience. So like 7.6 instead of 7.2 years of experience. And they have sort of similar subjective quality scores based on what we can observe on their performance reviews. So they don't look, the staff don't look massively different in quality, there's just way more of them. The other thing that's important to notice is the assignment. The assignment was, roughly speaking, as far as we can tell, on the basis of pre-period gross income and taxable income. The exact formula that was used may have been different for each of the regions, and the exact formula, unfortunately, was done in Excel, and the Excel sheets have been lost to sort of the recycle bin of time. So we cannot, unfortunately, reproduce this exactly, nor can we do an RD. It's certainly the case that if you look, the probability of MTO assignment is strongly increasing in both gross income, pre-period gross income, and pre-period taxable income, but it's not discontinuous as far as we can see. And that's going to motivate our sort of matching-based design. The other thing is there are 19 tax regions. I'm going to focus on 13 of them today, which are the 13 where they created them in 2007. And the reason is there was also a reorganization of the primary tax offices as well that took place about the same time, around 2007, 2008. And at that time, the primary tax offices were given the exact same kind of org chart as the medium tax offices. So the organizational structure is the same in both. So there's a reform of both in 2007 of both switch the org chart and create the MTOs with a much more intensive tax administration. So by focusing on these, we're going to kind of hold constant this org chart effect and sweep it out kind of with the time fixed effects. So I'm just going to focus on this wave. If we include the MTOs that were created in previous years, we get very similar results. So it's not really consequential, but it's just how we're going to analyze it. We think this is cleaner and it's easier to see. Okay. What is the tax? That's thing number one is the MTOs. Thing number two is the tax change. What's the tax change? Well, I think it's easiest to see here. So in the pre-period, corporate income tax has 3 brackets as a function of your taxable income, 10%, 15%, and 30%. In the post-period, they change it to have a rate that is, they lower the top rate to 28% in the first year and then to 25% in the second year, and then 25% from there on. It's a function of, but then they give you a discount in your marginal tax rate. The marginal tax rate is, of course, always applied to taxable income. So the tax base does not change. It's always taxable income with the same definitions. But the rate, tau, that we multiply by your tax base is no longer a function of taxable income. It's a function of your gross income. So they basically give discounts to small firms as a function of what fraction of your income is below 50 billion rupiah, $5 billion. And so the formula looks like the formula looks like this. Okay, so if all of your income is below, you pay half the marginal rate, and then in this intermediate range, your marginal rate is a function of what fraction of your income is below 50 billion. So the marginal rates look like this, and then the whole schedule gets multiplied by this, multiplied by its discount, so the whole thing gets lowered in the second year. So we're going to use the shift from this to this for identification. And then we're also going to use the fact that we also get this second shift where the whole thing shifts down, but differently for different firms as an additional diff on the tax rate. So actually we're going to have sort of, we're going to be able to have 2 tax changes that we're going to use to study this. Okay, and our data is we have administrative kind of corporate tax data, anonymized. The only thing we don't have the very small, the couple hundred largest firms in the country. They couldn't sort of anonymize, so those are excluded from our data. The other thing is because the data is totally anonymized, we can't match this data to anything else. That's just kind of is what it is. We also have some other administrative data on a few of the enforcement activities, like formal audits and a few other things, which I'll talk about as well. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is talk briefly about a simple model. I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this, but I just want to sort of set this up quickly. The key point of this model is actually, the model is going to feature the idea that businesses can hide certain business lines or customer relationships or whatever from the government by paying innovation cost. And we'll explore how changes in rates and enforcement change this decision. The key point actually is we're going to sort of just come up with sort of this benchmark kind of corporate income tax evasion model. And then we're going to sort of use this standard kind of welfare analysis, which is standard in other PF models, to help us think about welfare. And in particular, Keene and Slemrod had this really nice framework where they extend, so this Feldstein and then Feldstein and Chetty have these arguments about why kind of the thing you want to analyze tax change is the net impact on government revenue, if evasion costs are real costs. And Keene and Slemrod kind of adapt this framework to allow you to compare changes in tax administration as well. Okay, and so instead of we're going to build this simple model of tax evasion, but then the key point is going to be to sort of feed it in and show the kind of these Keene and Slemrod results, which were designed for sort of like a labor income context, to show they kind of go through in a corporate income context as well. So the model is going to look like this. We're gonna have business lines or customer relationships or whatever, indexed from 0 to L. Pre-tax profits on a line are going to look like revenue for the line minus the cost of producing on that line. Okay, so obviously you set the marginal cost equal to 1. In this, we're normalized prices to 1. We're going to assume we have some amount of distortionary taxes here. So this is not going to be a pure profit tax. There's going to be some distortions from taxation. We're going to use this best at all notation and just capture this with this parameter mu, which captures the degree of which what fraction of costs are deductible. So mu is going to be less than 1, and that's going to be why taxes are distortionary. And I refer you to their paper as sort of why that might be optimal kind of in equilibrium. And so, a firm on a given tax line, it pays, it maximizes its after-tax profits. It deducts all, so it's after tax revenue, and then after minus the cost, which just have this mu term, which capture what fraction of them are deductible from taxes. So if mu is equal to 1, it's a pure profit tax, and taxes don't affect the production decisions. If mu is less than 1, then taxes are distortionary. You get an effective tax rate, which looks like this. We then also think about this idea of evasion, okay? And so in our model, you can evade on a line. Lines are going to be ordered by H in their difficulty of evasion. So H0 is 0, and they're going to be this evasion costs are going to be increasing. And this idea B of YL is going to be capture the idea that larger lines are harder to evade. If you're doing more stuff, it's easier for the government to go find it, and if you do more, to kind of hide that activity. Okay, and that's going to allow for interactions between kind of your real decisions and your evasion costs. Alpha is going to be the key parameter we're going to study. That's kind of an increase in enforcement. So we're going to model an increase in enforcement, just making evasion more difficult. Okay, so now on a line with evasion, the firm doesn't pay any taxes on either its revenue, right? So it's just Y minus L, no taus over here, but instead it has to pay the evasion cost. And its real production will be, instead of having 1 minus that effective tax rate, it's 1 minus kind of the marginal evasion cost of being a little bit larger, which is coming through this, where B prime captures kind of the degree to which being larger affects your evasion decisions. Okay, and then basically firms, there's a cutoff value of kind of a marginal line where the firms are going to evade the ones below that and pay taxes on the one above that. And that's just going to be, we're just going to compare the after-tax profits from the from a line where I'm producing and choosing to pay taxes, and evading and not paying taxes. And I think that the key point from this is that it's possible in this model that an increase in the evasion cost alpha can potentially actually lead to more real output. Right, so if I increase my evasion, the marginal line is going to shift down. I'm going to evade fewer lines, but it's not obvious. But I'm going to switch from paying. I'm no longer paying my evasion costs, but I am going to pay the distortionary tax, And the effects on real output just depend on kind of which of, on the margin, which of those were more distortionary. And so I've drawn an example here where kind of real output actually increases, but it's ambiguous and can go either way. And that's just sort of to make the point that sort of it's not, that these changes in evasion costs could have real decisions, and that's going to sort of depend on sort of which of these are more distortionary. There's also a potential complementarity between alpha and tau in this model. What I want to sort of, what's more important actually than the sort of the particular micro foundations of that model, what's more important is the welfare analysis. Okay, so let's just define, so just to make our notation a little bit easier, I'm going to define as by gamma kind of the evasion costs. That's on all the evaded lines from 0 to L star. That's kind of the marginal evaded line of all those evasion costs. So welfare in this context is the firm's post-tax profits on its taxed lines, the firm's post-tax profits from its evaded lines, including the evasion costs, because these are real costs, plus V, which is the social value of public funds, times the amount of revenue that the firm gets. Sorry, I've also defined Z as taxable income. So the amount of revenue the government gets, tau Z, that's multiplied by 1, right? By V, which implies there's some additional value of public funds, minus A of alpha, which is the government's administration costs of collecting the tax revenue. Okay, and so the key welfare question that we want to answer is, how do we think about the change in social welfare with respect to either a change tau in the marginal tax rates or a change alpha in the government administration? Okay, and this is where I'm sort of adapting this Keenan-Sumrad framework. Okay, and the approach is you take derivatives of W with respect to alpha with respect to tau, and you apply an envelope theorem argument. So let's do tax administration first. So what is the change in social welfare with respect to a change in alpha? Well, it's this is all kind of the firm's profit function. So I have to care about kind of what is the direct effect on the firm. The direct effect on the firm from is this. It's d gamma of alpha, d alpha. Okay, and then I care about the effects on the government budget constraint multiplied by V. So it's tau. So this effect on total government revenue, tau dz d alpha. That's just sort of the total amount of revenue the government gets minus the change in administration costs. Okay, so we're gonna estimate this thing. How much more does the government get in revenue? We're going to calculate from sort of accounting data how much the MTO cost the government to administer. So we're going to calculate this. The change in private compliance cost is going to be unobserved, and so we're going to have to make some bounding arguments. We're going to have to say, does it look like this thing went up or down? And if so, how big would d gamma d alpha have to be for this thing not to be welfare improving? The second is, and I'm going to go one more minute around and then I'll take questions. The second is we're going to do the same thing for a change in tax rates. For a change in tax rates, same idea. What's the derivative of social welfare with respect to tau? Well, the direct effect of this thing with respect is just Z, right? Government revenue, right? And then we have the effect of the government budget constraint, right? Which is which is how much does government? It's just the derivative of government revenue with respect to tau, and all of these things here. There's no additional parameter. No additional parameter that we need to know. It's all just kind of a function of Z and the change in Z. Okay, so it's all just basically a function. The only thing we really need to estimate here to calculate this thing is the elasticity of taxable income with respect to the tax rate. Okay, so why is that helpful? That's all we need to estimate there. And then, once we get this, we can actually calculate, for example, how much would the government have to, how much would we have to change taxes to hold government welfare revenue constant. That's sort of again just a function of these various parameters. And similarly for welfare, we basically can say, well, which of these things is this thing kind of welfare improving or not? That's just sort of saying, well, let's imagine we did a welfare neutral change where we increase tax administration but reduce tax rates by the amount to make this thing welfare revenue neutral, or vice versa. we just add up kind of the welfares on those two things. And without going into the algebra, the key point is that all of these things are a function of the three things we're going to estimate in the data and this one kind of unknown term, which is the change in private compliance costs. So everything we need to know is what is the change in government revenue with respect to tax administration? What is the change in the administration costs? What is the elasticity of taxable income? And then there's this fourth parameter, which is sort of how much did the change in private compliance costs change? And we're going to talk about that, even though we're not going to estimate that. So we're going to estimate this, and talk about this. Okay. I'm not going to go into size-dependent enforcement in detail, and I'm going to pause now for some questions before I get into the empirical results.
All right, great. Thanks, Ben. That's a very good time just to stop and so collate questions. So if anybody has a question, they can raise their hand, and I guess the panelists can just go ahead and ask their question.
Ben, can I just clarify? It sounded in the beginning like you were talking about reporting profits, reported revenues that weren't real, and then in the model it became kind of real. And I guess which of these maybe you're going to get to this when you get to the data, but which of these are you?
Yeah. This is okay. No, that's a great question. This is taxable income. This is tax. So in the model, that's kind of I skipped through this a little quickly, but in the model we have so everything I'm going to look at in the data is going to be reported. Just to be clear, okay. In the model, that's okay. Kind of the key point of a lot of this kind of Feldstein and the following related papers is that for welfare, the thing you actually care about is the reported income to the government. And that's kind of what this envelope theorem argument is saying is what is you can see all the revenue is here. Like the post-tax profits and evaded lines, they're all here. But when I take kind of the derivative of this thing with respect to the tax rate, I get, the only terms that matter are the direct effect here on taxable income and the government budget constraint. So this is this sort of standard kind of argument that for all of these tax changes, what I care about is the total effect on kind of through the government budget constraint.
Okay, so Francesco,
it's a quite convenient result. It basically says that the thing for welfare, this is why this result has been so powerful in PF, is it basically says for welfare, the thing you want to estimate for social welfare turns out to be the thing you can estimate in the data. You can observe in the data.
So Francesco Modio had a question as well. Francesco, why don't you just, or do I need to unmute you too?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Francesco.
Hi, this is super interesting. Thanks. I was just wondering, so am I right in understanding that the price component of firm revenues is held fixed in the model? Like, couldn't we think that firms are able to, at least to some extent, pass through some of the cost of taxes or non-compliance to consumers at least to some extent? And
that's a great question, and I will be honest, that is not something I've thought through carefully about how the effects in the change in how that would affect things. I haven't actually gotten that comment before. I haven't thought through what happens in a world where you embed this with kind of imperfect pass-through.
Also for welfare considerations, I think that would be interesting to understand how.
Yeah. I think it's going to depend on whether that changes consumption decisions. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, Dave.
Oh, I just wanted to follow up on that. Just to understand the consumer surplus, you're saying in a competitive setting with, like, say, perfect pass-through, then that the effect on consumer surplus is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's going to go. So I think that my intuition is exactly that, because it just cancels in the welfare. Like if we put consumers in and we put the welfare function in, I think it's going to cancel. Like it's going to go, like if it's just a transfer from consumers to firms, that doesn't matter for social welfare. So my intuition was it's going to matter only if it kind of affects decisions. And then I think there may even be an envelope theorem argument that none of that actually matters. That's my gut sense, but I haven't thought it through carefully enough.
Okay. Constant
What, sorry?
It seems like normally you need constant, not just perfect competition, but constant returns, right? The firm.
So the short answer is, Dave, I haven't thought this through. So that was my first answer is I'm not 100% sure. But But my sense is whether it would affect real distortions, and the second is whether those real distortions would somehow like be large enough to escape an envelope theorem argument, but I'm not sure. Because everyone's optimizing like at the pre-period, right? So like the consumers are optimizing and the firms are optimizing. And so if you do the whole social welfare with respect to the envelope theorem, I think that's why in general the envelope theorem argument is still going to go through, I think, but I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Ben, why don't you crack
Terrific.
on then?
Great. So let me talk about the empirics now. So the empirical design is that basically the empirical challenge, of course, is that these MTO firms are large. They're larger than everybody else by construction. So we're gonna do a match differences and differences. Okay, so we're gonna and we'll compute event study versions of this, etc. One thing to note is that some additional firms were moved into the MTO starting a few years later, 2009. We're just going to use the initial assignment. We're going to match on pre-period, which is 2005. The thing starts in 2007, but 2006 was a partially affected year, so we're going to call 2005 as our last kind of pre-period year. We'll match in 2005, and we're going to instrument for subsequent assignment using your 2005 assignment. Okay, and that works really well. And for matching, we need to sort of restrict. We're going to restrict to a common support. So this is actually important. So, in general, the firms that get assigned are really big, and the firms that don't get assigned are small. So we're going to sort of restrict to sort of we're going to take a standard assumption of like we'll pick the whatever 97%. We'll exclude 5% on either side, or 5% total, so 2.5% on either side. So we're going to exclude firms for which we have very few possible controls or very few possible treatments. So you should think of the relevant analysis set as kind of the smallest half of the MTO firms, and those are the ones that we can do a reasonable job matching on. And we do that for both on both of the two things we're matching on, which is gross income and taxes paid. Oops. Okay. We're going to use this Heinmüller et al. Entropy balancing matching. So if you haven't used this, I highly recommend checking it out. It basically there's been a bunch of sort of advances in propensity score matching over the last few years, which basically argue that if you don't know the exact functional form of the propensity score, there are sort of non-parametric matching methods where you basically say, here are the moments I want to hit. What is the set of weights that is the least deviation from the uniform weights that allows me to sort of match on these moments? Okay, and that's what this Heinmüller et al. Or Heinmüller method does. And there's been some, Athey and Inmans have a nice paper showing that this kind of works better when propensity score isn't exact, but we actually can do robustness to propensity score matching using kind of more parametric approaches, and it gets you pretty similar results. The other thing I'll just note is we match on the level in 2005. So we're not matching on the trend. So that is helpful because it can allow us to assess whether these firms were on different trends to begin with, because we're not explicitly matching on the trend. If in fact we do match on the trends as well as the levels, we get pretty similar answers. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so this just shows you the matched, this is revenue on the left-hand side, government tax revenue, sorry, government tax revenue on the left-hand side. And this is showing you just the raw data after applying the weights. Okay, this is the non-MTO group. This is the MTO group. 2006 was kind of the partially affected year. 2007 is the first fully affected year. So you can see these groups look like they're on a very similar pre-trend, and then something pretty substantial happens when they get moved to the MTO, and this gap widens over time. So this is the sort of regression version of this graph. So you can see a pretty big on impact effect that, if anything, sort of increases over time. So how big is this? Well, we run the specification. As I mentioned, we run an IV to take into account the fact that some of the control groups get merged into the treatment group over time, and we compare the effects that we're estimating as a function of kind of like the control complier means, and we get really big effects. So the magnitude is, VAT revenues go up by 137%, corporate income tax go up by 111%. Other remitted income taxes go up by 113%. In total, the total taxes paid by the firms over the subsequent 6 years go up by 128%. So these are really big. this is not driven by changes in what's happening in the control group. You can kind of see that already, that this control group was kind of pretty flat over here. One thing that we can do here is we can actually subdivide the control group into the ones that were kind of close and the ones that were further apart, and they both look like they're on similar trends. It's not like the firms that just missed, kind of like their revenue fell because they were avoiding going to the MTO. This is all happening through what's happening in the treatment group. Now, as I mentioned, this is the effect on net revenue, a gross revenue to the government. You actually have to subtract off the second thing we needed to do is subtract off the cost to the government of collecting this. And that we can actually estimate through administrative data. We just get the budgets of what does it cost to run a medium tax office and what does it cost to run a small tax office, and divide by the number of corporate taxpayers. We have to make some assumptions for the individual income taxpayers. And roughly speaking, we get an estimate that's about 2 orders of magnitude smaller. So it costs a difference of about 300. This is in rupiah, but it's about $300 a year per corporate taxpayer is the difference of running these more intensive offices. So it's 2 orders of magnitude smaller. So the gross and the net gains are basically the same to the government. Okay, so that's kind of the second key point. The other thing which is kind of interesting, as I mentioned, is we get results on top line revenues, not just on bottom line revenues. So there's a lot of discussion in kind of the literature on corporate taxation of like, oh, it's about kind of making it harder for you to deduct your costs. And I think it's important to just recognize that's not what we're seeing in the data. What we're seeing in the data is top line revenues are going up by a lot, by sort of similar percentages. And in fact, costs are also going up, okay? And the reported profit margin of the firm is kind of unchanged. So it really is about getting more revenue kind of onto the books that the government sort of is observing, but revenue with its associated costs, like these whole new businesses getting, or business lines or relationships or whatever being reported, not just sort of making it more difficult for you to sort of scrutinize your deductions. It's also not about collections, by the way. The percentage due paid as a function of the percentage due is unchanged. It's not about collections. It's not about scrutiny of your costs. It's really about sort of discovering kind of more revenue. And sometimes the motivation for writing the model was we think that's a little bit different than how people tend to think about corporate tax evasion in a lot of other papers, and we just sort of wanted to sort of make that point because that's very they also sort of report more workers. Now, this is all reported, so we don't know if this is real firm growth or workers being brought onto the books, but it's going up. And so, in particular, the report. This is like they have to report this because they're paying employment taxes or whatever. These firms have a lot more temporary workers than permanent workers. Our estimates for temporary workers are total kind of noise. Nothing significant, a big standard error, so because those bounce around a lot, but permanent workers go up by about 20%. Okay, so again, this could be increased. It could be sort of we're discovering more stuff. It could be increased scrutiny and sort of saying, look, no, like Dave's been at MIT for many years. He should really be a permanent worker at this point. But this is also kind of going up, and it's consistent with kind of increased formalization or something for these workers. So. Why might this be working so well? Well, what do we see? So we see that, it's substantially higher tax payments, even net of administration costs, higher top line revenue, not just bottom line profits, increased formal permanent employees in payroll. And as I mentioned, these effects are bigger afterwards. So if you compare them 2 years post to 6 years post on both tax revenue and gross income, there's a substantial difference. The amount of tax revenue, the increase compared to the baseline, these are both compared to baseline, is a lot bigger 6 years later than 2 years later, okay? It's not that the MTO is increasing its enforcement activities over time, like staff ratios are kind of the same. So something's going on. Now, it could just be it takes some time to learn some stuff, could be, but we think it's kind of interesting that, you might have predicted that these effects would would get smaller over time, as firms learn how to evade or whatever, but or if there are real distortionary costs, but that's just not what we're seeing. So one thing we want to explore is this idea that maybe actually, despite the higher kind of effective tax rate, something else was changing. And so we want to look at this one idea that we mentioned about size-dependent enforcement. Okay. And so this is just the notation of size-dependent enforcement in the model that I didn't go through. We have in our data 3 different types of enforcement measures. Now, it's important to be clear that the government does many, many things to enforce, many of which are not measured in our data. So for example, you know, the key contact person is called an account representative. The account representatives can pick up the phone and call REMA and say, hey, I want you to come in and report your taxes or whatever. That's not in our data. Okay, we only have data on a few specific activities, which are formally recorded in their information systems. So this is a subset of everything going on, but nevertheless, we can measure it, and we can measure it identically in both the sort of the large tax offices and the small tax offices. And so we're gonna, and those three are sort of formal audits, VAT underpayment letters and VAT collection letters, whatever those are. And we can look at them as a function, both of level and as a function of firm size. Okay, and we're gonna use the same balancing weights, so you can think of this as the same identification we had before. So we can plot these as a function of the firm's total taxes paid, or as a function of the total kind of size of the firm as measured by workers. And what you can see, this one on the left is probably the least clear of all of them. So the blue line is the MTOs, and the red line is the non-MTOs. So everywhere they're doing more of this stuff, okay? But the other thing that's interesting is in the non-MTOs, they tend to be focused on the really big firms, whereas they tend to be much more uniform in their enforcement in the MTOs. And that's true on all three measures we have, these formal audits, these VAT underpayment letters, and these VAT tax collection letters. They all show the same pattern where the blue line is higher, but also flatter than the red line. And you know what we think is that suggests that at least one thing that's going on is that while they're increasing the level of enforcement activity, they're making it less size dependent, and therefore potentially reducing a disincentive to grow. And we think that could be offsetting potentially the higher marginal tax rates. Okay, so summing up so far, I've only got about 6 minutes left, but that should be okay. So, you know, improved tax administration led to higher revenues of all types, driven by more top-line revenues being recorded, not decreased deductions or improved collections, didn't slow the rate of firm growth, I think we can certainly say that, and has reduced size-dependent enforcement. So now we want to say, well, how did this compare to changing marginal rates? Okay, so as I mentioned, we're going to use this change in the rate schedule from a rate that was a function of gross income to one that was a function of net income to one that was a function of gross income. And we're going to use that to estimate the legislative taxable income. Okay, so this shows you the 2008-2009 schedule change as a function of your gross income. Whoops, your gross income. I'll make that go away. There we go. Your gross income on the x-axis and your taxable income on the y-axis in the pre-period, in the previous year. And so you can see that firms that had low taxable income but high gross income, those people get a tax increase. Firms that had high taxable income but low gross income get a big tax cut, and so on. And there are firms spread throughout this space. Okay, so we have this tax change, and then we have a second tax change. In the second year, everybody gets a tax cut, but it's differential, depending mostly on your pre-period gross income, depending only on your pre-period gross income. Okay, so we have these two different tax changes, this big one and then this other one that happens after that. So what we do is we estimate sort of the standard kind of IV ETI regression, where you look at the change in your taxable income as a function of the change in your tax rate, or 1 minus your tax rate, controlling for the sort of the key inputs in that, which are your taxable income and your gross income. We instrument for the change in the tax rate by taking your pre-period gross and taxable income and feeding it through the two schedule changes. Okay, so it's instrumented, not allowing for sort of endogenous reactions. And because we have two changes, we can actually do this whole thing with firm fixed effects. Okay, so the instrumented first stage works great. We have an F-stat of like 3,000. So even with the new results say you have to have a higher F-stat for your first stage for IV to work, we're still well clear of that bar. And more importantly, we get an ETI of about 0.6. Okay, and one question that often comes up is, does the MTO, the better tax administration, change the elasticity of taxable income? And here, this is something I wish we had stronger results to say here. Unfortunately, the point estimates suggest that the ETI is lower with the MTO than in the non-MTO. This is not something we can really statistically distinguish in this context. Like it's 0.32, and honestly, when we run different specifications, this number is pretty robust, but sort of this difference kind of bounces around a bit. So I don't think we have unfortunately much to say on that, even though it's an interesting question. So finally, well, what do we? So with an ETI of 0.59. What does that mean? It means a bunch of things. For example, it means that the LAFR rate in Indonesia is 56%. So the top rate in this context was 30%, then they cut it to 28, then 25. They recently I think, just cut it again to 20. But it's worth noting that the LAFR rate here is 56. Okay, so this is not a context where they couldn't raise more revenue through tax rates if they wanted to, right? And if you think that sort of how much they should depends on the social value of public funds. If you think that V is 2, for example, so that government funds are worth twice as much as private funds, that would give you an optimal rate of 39%, for example, substantially higher than their current rate. Okay, so they're definitely below the LAFR rate here. So that's all true. We can also then use it to do some of the counterfactuals that I was talking about before. Okay. And so the final kind of exercise we do in the paper is we'll say, well, let's compare these two different things. And let's say, well, how big of a tax increase would you need to do to get the same amount of tax revenue you got from the corporate tax, from the tax administration increase, taking into account kind of this ETI, right? So the calculation we do is, let's say we're in the pre-period schedule, the one with the sort of highest marginal rate. So we'll have to take into account the fact that we're only going to raise the top rate. And we can actually, then we can sort of run this calculation. And the answer is that to get just for corporate income tax, okay, we would have to raise you have to raise the rate on all taxpayers by 8 percentage points. If you were to think about all of the income taxes, including withholding taxes, you'd have to be 17 percentage points. You couldn't get all of the money you got from everything just by corporate income tax. You'd be above the LAFR rate. Like if you added in all the money you got from VAT and all that stuff, just by trying to get it through the corporate income tax, you couldn't do it. Okay, and so we think this 8 percentage point number is pretty big. In terms of welfare analysis, the key thing to think about is you have to take into account the change in private compliance costs. So you have to say, well, is this change in welfare greater than the change in compliance costs? I'm running out of time, but basically the key sort of thing that these formulas give you is the following, which is to say, what the formulas basically say is if the change for this thing for doing a marginal increase through administration to have been a worse idea than doing it by raising rates, you would need that the change in private compliance costs would have to be bigger than this change you got from this welfare neutral tax change by 1.51. Okay, so it would be true if the revenue gains so it's basically the administration gains would be the administration approach would be better if the private compliance, even if the private compliance costs were 1 over 66, 1.51 times as big as the change in government revenue, and the change in government revenue was really enormous. Okay, so the change in private compliance costs would have had to be even more enormous than that for this not to be a good idea. And what do we know about private compliance costs? Well, they actually did a survey from AC Nielsen. We don't have the microdata, but we have the summary results where they asked firms in the PTO and the MTO, how easy is it for you to deal with the tax office? What is your satisfaction with dealing with the tax office? And if anything, they say the MTO ones give higher ratings for the tax office. And that's in part because they improve they're there not just to enforce on you, but to actually make it easier for you to pay taxes, because taxes are really complicated. They're complicated for firms everywhere. They're particularly complicated for a firm in a place like Indonesia. And one thing firms really value is being able to have someone who actually answers the phone when you call and sort of explains how you sort of pay your taxes. So at least there's an argument that private compliance costs actually went down, not up, in the MTO. Okay, so I'm a bit over time, but just to take stock, what have we found in this paper? So we examined whether there were changes in tax administration and tax rates, whether those could raise large amounts of revenue in an emerging country economy, and the trade-offs between these two approaches. We found that the tax administration reform had really large effects on government revenue. And we think that potentially the sort of lack of size, making it less size dependent, was one reason why it may have been able to do that without leading to major firm distortions. And our results suggest that tax administration reforms can be as important, if not even more important, than reforms to tax rate structures in this context. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. That was fantastic. So we can open things up for the Q&A. So I have a question from, I think, Michael Gechter has a question. So, and then Gabrielle has a question as well. So Michael, do you want to just unmute yourself and ask your question?
Michael, if you're talking, you're still on mute.
Size dependency off of the common support. So if you compared enforcement probabilities in the pre-splitting into MTO and non-MTO versus this post to get a sense of what's going on in the.
I'm sorry, Michael. Sorry, the first half of your comment was cut off. Sorry. So what were you?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm wondering what enforcement probabilities look like pre-MTO, and then to make a comparison with the right tail of the distribution.
Yeah, so I don't think I have the graphs of this, but we did include we do have for two of the three measures, we have it afterwards. So we do estimate this is a diff and diff as well.
Okay.
And so this is the triple diff, right? So it's a triple diff, right? So it's as a function of assignment times how big you are times post, basically. And so we find that this is sort of how does the slope change in the post period, and it gets more negative. So that's that we do for two of our three measures have a diff and diff version of that thing as well. For the audits, the audit data starts in 2008, so we can't do it in the pre-period. I don't think we have I don't have graphs of this.
And so that's saying, just so I get it right, so that's saying that the flattening carries over off of the common support. Is that right?
No, I wasn't answering your common support question. I was saying, I thought you were asking about an additional question, which is how does it change over time? So I was just saying that wasn't the common support question. I don't remember if I don't think we've run that regression, but I was saying that at least it does go through in kind of the diff and diff, like as a change as well as a level.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think we had a question from Gabriel Ulysses, but I'm not sure if I see Gabriel there.
I'm here.
Yeah, Gabriel's here. I see Gabriel.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Hi, Ben. Hi, everyone. This is great.
Hi,
very interesting. I was just wondering if you can or had a chance to look at potential reallocation effects from these policies across firms, like gaining or losing market share. I was thinking about that because that could be one potential big difference between the increasing tax rates versus changing the enforcement technology, because that becomes less size dependent. For example, like the M2, I think it's like the graphs you should suggest that. So like you could see more resources flowing or market share flowing from less productive, more likely to avoid taxes firms to more productive firms. And I was wondering if you can do something with your data on that, perhaps even looking at potential spillovers to larger firms that were not so affected by the reform maybe, but like, but even then got positively affected or something like that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. First of all, we can't really measure productivity in the tax data, at least as far as we can tell.
Right, yeah.
We thought about that. I don't think we have the variables you need to really sort of measure that. And second of all, of course,
I don't know. Yeah.
No, you can't. Unfortunately, because of the anonymized data, we can't look at this stuff in any other context, and because there's no it's all at the firm level, not kind of we can't really look at this in other data sets, and we spent a lot of time trying to see if we could do something like that, and I don't think we can do sort of effective matching to other data sets where we can really look at those productivity type effects. Like what we thought about something of like what share of firms in this industry in this region were treated or something, and we couldn't really make that work in a convincing way.
Thanks.
We tried though.
So Ben, I had a question. Just with regards to the MTO, a point that you made earlier about sort of the new individuals working in the offices were of very similar human capital to the ones who were already in those offices. And so normally we think of one constraint on the administrative capacity of the state, that on the margin we'd hire worse quality individuals to be part of the state. So is that constraint not binding here, or are these individuals being reassigned from somewhere else in the system, or what's going on there? That
yeah. So just to be clear, what's happening is they are splitting the system, right? So they are well, first of all, there's a couple things. The first is this is a pretty small. At least this level of reform is pretty small relative to the total number of people in the system. So there are 19 MTOs, and there are 300 and something primary offices. So even with that's probably the first order point, which is even if with 3 times as many staff per taxpayer as in the primary offices, this is pretty small relative to the overall ratio of people in the primary offices. So you're not diluting it that much. The second is the government is recruiting large numbers of these people and sort of working them up and promoting them through their systems every year. Indonesia actually has a whole sort of separate college that trains people just for the finance ministry. And I think that they can sort of, by adjusting that sort of input margin, sort of they can bring more people into the system. All that to say, if you thought about a substantial enlarging this kind of way down, it would have kind of bigger general equilibrium effects on kind of the overall composition of the tax force. I think it's small relative to Indonesia, and they could certainly over time just increase the admissions at STAN, their sort of Ministry of Tax College, or transfer more people from other parts of the ministry to tax. So I think they have it's relatively small relative to the total size of their system. So I guess I have 2 points. Number one is I don't think it affects our estimation here. And I think for scale up, I actually think that although it would take, these people have about 7 years of experience on average. So it would take them a little bit of time to bring in new people, but not forever.
Okay, that's great. So are there any other questions?
Is there time? I had a quick question. Ben, which is basically about the political economy of all this. So it does seem like a no-brainer. It often seems like a no-brainer, like increasing enforcement would raise tax revenue. No, and then you ask, like, why aren't countries doing this? And in part, it's the political economy. It's that there's a huge amount of resistance that comes out from these firms that are now, having increased enforcement. And so I guess but it makes me think that maybe we should think about that in our models about like what's the political cost somehow to the government.
Totally.
About
one
this.
thing that I think helps here is. I think 2 things help. Number one is, the main thing I was thinking that it probably helps a little bit is that it's not clear firms are so unhappy about this, because as measured by at least this kind of satisfaction kind of measure,
which is weird, yeah.
Well, it isn't weird. Like on the one hand, like it's not. You could imagine that firms, remember in the model, the firms are paying all those evasion costs on the marginal evaded line, and that's kind of not that pleasant for them either. So on the margin, you have these second order differences for the firm, but first order gains for kind of the government, for the marginal firms. Obviously, the inframarginal firms just have first order kind of costs as well. But I think that so I think that's kind of relevant. And also, I think that the fact that just sort of thinking in the real world, I think firms find dealing with the tax administration difficult and confusing. And if you can make it there's a potential, part of this is antagonistic, which is like I'm transferring resources from A to B, right? That's just antagonistic. But there's an additional part of it, which is just I can just make everyone better. I can make the firms better off by sort of explaining how I'm supposed to do this kind of properly. And I think that could be at least one thing that partially helps offset part of the political economy costs. I'm not saying like this is a panacea and everyone's like, oh, yay, like I want more tax enforcement. But I do think that, having dealt with the Indonesian tax authority or having seen some of their stuff on the other side, it is confusing and opaque and difficult. And, being able to just have someone who can call up and get a straight answer on something could actually be worth a lot to some of these firms.
Okay, that's great, Ben. We should probably bring the session to a close. We've had 2 great papers, and now we have a half-hour break before we have the panel session starting at 10:30. So thanks to our speakers, and see everyone in about half an hour.
Hi, Beata. Welcome.
Hi, Eric. This is a waiting room, right?
No. This is the conference. So we're streaming here.
Okay.
So we have to be careful what we say. Beata, I have a question for you actually, which I realized. Do you say Javorchik or Yavorchik?
Javorchik.
Javorchik.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I guess it's coffee break. That's why. Okay, because that's why it's quiet. I got scared for a second. I was in the room.
Yeah. No, we're coffee break for another 10 minutes.
Can I try sharing my screen if it works?
That's a great idea.
Oh, okay. No, somebody else is sharing now, so I can't do it now.
I just stopped sharing, so you should have access.
Oh, perfect. Okay, share. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It worked. Great. Okay, great. I see Doug has just arrived also, but Doug on my screen it says Eric Verhoeven instead of Doug Irwin.
That's true. Oh, I clicked on your link that you sent. I don't know.
And so then it showed up as you showed up as me. That's interesting. I didn't know that was going to. Okay.
Yes.
Can I just try sharing as well?
Yes.
I was confused why there are two Erics, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes.
And also make sure you can advance it. Sometimes there's that's where it gets tricky.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's going.
Okay. Do you want to try, Doug? Do you want to try also? Do you have a video? Or
I do.
I'm giving away the surprise that you have a video.
It is a surprise.
I can't compete.
Yeah.
I think it should work. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yes. I even know who that is. That's I'm showing my age, I guess. Yeah.
I tried to share mine. So.
Oh.
I mean,
you want to practice? Yeah, Paco?
No, just I guess I will go right away. So.
No, but we have the panel now, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's just no break in between.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I following
I see.
the order.
I see. So you go right at 11:45. Okay.
And then just so the audio works, make sure you click the option when you share to share computer audio. Share computer sound. It's one of the boxes you got to click or Zoom won't let us hear it.
I see. Why don't you want to practice that, Doug? You're muted.
I think a lot of people want to know where the roots.
Perfect.
Where did.
So Beata and Doug, we'll have you just we'll go 15 minutes uninterrupted, and then at the end, then I will call on people and have them unmute and ask their questions.
So it's just two of us.
No, there's three. Danny Roderick should be here also. So there'll be three of you, and we'll go in alphabetical order. So Doug, and then Beata, and then.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah, we have a few minutes, so we'll just. I think we'll go quiet here for answer a couple of emails before we start.
Hi, everyone.
Are you Danny?
Hi, Danny. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah. When you clicked on my link, you show up as Eric Verhoeven on the screen here. So
I'll fix it
can
for
you
you.
can you change it? Okay. Okay. Great. And Danny, do you want to try? Do you want to try sharing your slides? Make sure that works. Okay, we can see that. You may be muted, Danny. We can't hear you.
Did it work?
It did work. Yes, we saw that. Leslie was saying, though, that was quick. She's saying that
Yep.
it did work. Yeah, but you might try to just make sure you can advance it. Apparently sometimes that doesn't work. So maybe if you try sharing again and just clicking through a couple of slides.
You still seeing my? Okay,
No, now we're not seeing.
You're not seeing now?
Now we are. Now we're seeing, but we see your notes also.
Okay, now that's how I'm changing.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Good.
Great. Okay. Yeah. So Danny, I was just saying to Doug and Beata, so we'll just go in alphabetical order by last name, and we'll go 15 minutes uninterrupted, and then we'll have a Q&A where I will call on people and they'll be able to unmute themselves and ask questions. Okay. Thanks for coming. We're now. This is also being live streamed via YouTube. So you may have. I don't know the exact size of the audience, but it might be large. Let's give everybody a couple of minutes here before we start.
Pete, can you play us a song just to keep us entertained?
No, the other people in the household are the piano players, not me. I get to listen to it though. And then play.
I know you have hidden talents, but I guess that's not one of them.
Fantasy basketball, maybe, but not not as socially useful as music.
So I see there are 76 participants. Is that then that doesn't include anybody who might be watching on YouTube, I presume. Those are just the yeah.
Those are the registered. Pete, I'm very jealous of your chair. I'm sitting in a very uncomfortable chair, and so
yeah, it's quite comfortable. I recommend it.
Yeah. Okay, I think let's go ahead and get started. It's time for the panel. We're very happy to have this panel on industrial policy in developing countries, and to have a very distinguished set of speakers: Doug Irwin from Dartmouth, Beata Jaworczyk, and Danny Roderick. We're going to just have them, rather than what we were just doing during the previous talks, we're going to have 15 minutes of uninterrupted time. You can take less than that, each speaker, but not more. So 15 minutes of uninterrupted time, and then we'll have a Q&A at the end moderated by me. Again, if you, when the Q&A time comes, you should raise your hand. I will then say your name, and I think Leslie has to promote you to panelist, and then you can ask your question. And also feel free to write questions in the Q&A box, not in the chat. Let's do in the Q&A box. And then that will allow me, if we have too many questions, I may have to pick and choose. And so I'll use the questions that are written on Q&A as a basis for choosing who gets to ask their questions. Okay, so without further ado, let's have, so Doug Irwin, so the subtitle of the talk of the panel is Historical Perspective and New Thinking. So we'll have Doug especially going to provide some historical perspective here to get us started. Okay, Doug, please take it away.
Great, it's a pleasure to be here. I am going to talk about a historical topic, which always raises the question, why should we care about history? What are we going to learn from this? And I want to trace sort of the intellectual rise and fall of import substitution. Now, there's no way I can justify understanding why history is important, so I turn to my friend Billy Idle. So he's going to say something about this.
I think a lot of people want to know where the roots of music have come from. Where did what's happening today come from? Where did the ideas of today, even the technology that's working today, where did it come from? How did it begin? What got us here? I think people always want to know that. And they always want to know what the triggers were, what the mechanisms were, what the thing that pushed the wheel of life forward, the wheel of history, the wheel of musical history forward, and kept it going to where we're still excited, we're still dancing and going out of our minds to great music somewhere. And if we're not, we're thinking about how to make that happen.
All right, so I think what he's trying to say there is that we're interested in how did we get here? How did things evolve in the past? What was moving the wheel of history forward? And so I want to go back and look at the idea of import substitution and talk about how it sort of rose and fall as a development idea. So first of all, this is just a picture of a Google Ngram of references to import substitution. Whoops, I went too far there. And I think it may be blocked here, but what's interesting is so this is books, so it's not exactly what we're interested in terms of the academic literature. You know, it starts around 1960 or so, and then peaks around 1990. But actually, if you look at academic interest, it really takes off in the 50s. And I'd say by 1970, interest was waning. So books are sort of a lagging indicator. What we can see here is there has been a bit of a resurgence in interest in import substitution. And that's a bit of what I want to go into. So I will really want to explain this here. Why is there's sort of this rise and this fall? Interestingly, The Economist, which just came out today, asked this very question. Why is the idea of import substitution being revived? So, you know, I wrote this paper a couple months ago, thought it would be purely of antiquarian interest, but somehow it is still of interest today. So basically what I do in the paper is I just go back and read the old great development economists of the 50s and see what did they say about import substitution. Did they think it was a good idea, a bad idea? You know, my impression was, before I'd done this, is that everyone was sort of uniformly in favor of import substitution. There'd be very few dissenters. So I'll tell you what I found out, which came as a bit of a surprise to me. So the one person who I focus quite a bit on is Raoul Prebisch. Of course, famous for these policy positions, famous for writing what was called the Manifesto on Economic Development in Latin America. He advanced the idea of a secular decline in the terms of trade and a whole bunch of ideas that sort of permeated literature in the 1960s and 70s. And he's often considered to be sort of the key advocate or proponent of import substitution. So what did he have to say about things? So first of all, why would you want to pursue that policy? Well, this is the era of the dollar shortage. So it wasn't just Latin America and other developing regions, it was Western Europe. There was a shortage of dollars. And so there's this thought that you need to save foreign exchange. So developing countries foreign exchange was very precious, very scarce. And so what you had to do is you had to have import controls because you had to get rid of these non-essential consumer goods. It would be waste. If you're just buying frivolous things, you don't want to do that. You really want to save your foreign exchange for capital goods because that will promote industrialization. And so that's sort of the major rationale. Now, there was a commodity boom in the early 50s because of the Korean War and other things. dollar shortage gradually sort of faded away. And so the rationale that Prebisch offers begins to change throughout the 50s. So here he talks about a reasonable measure of protections indispensable for industrialization. And by the end of the decade, he said he's looking at disparities in foreign trade elasticities, and only sort of obliquely referring to industrialization. So his sort of rationale changes a bit over the 1950s. When we look at some of the other big thinkers of this period, a lot of them shared similar views, although there were some dissents. Gunnar Myrdal is very interesting. He also accepts this idea that you have to ration foreign exchange because it's scarce. And if you ration it, what you want to do then is allocate it to good growth promoting imports, keeping out frivolous, wasteful consumer goods. He was not an export pessimist. He believed that exports were important because importing capital goods was really, really quite necessary. What shocked me about reading Gunnar Myrdal is he's very down on free trade. He's very down on prices and market allocation. But he was also very down on quantitative controls on imports. He just really focuses on the idea that they don't work well in advanced countries, and they're not going to work well in developing countries. It leads to corruption and inefficiency. But despite going on for a number of paragraphs against quantitative restrictions, he says, well, ultimately, they're really necessary. Now, Prebisch then in the 60s, and Myrdal a little bit, and I'll come to the others in a moment, begin to change the thrust of their comments. So as early as 1959, Prebisch is noting indiscriminate and massive protection has gone too far or beyond the optimum point to the serious detriment of exports and world trade. 61, he says, import substitution has been carried out with very serious flaws. In the mid-1960s, he's worried about creating watertight compartments that's created vested interests that oppose trade and don't take into account the serious effects on economic development. So Prebisch really is beginning to change his views by the early 1960s. And this is reflected in some research that his associates did at the Economic Commission in Latin America. So there's this famous paper, 1964, published by ECLA, or CPAL, depending on how you think about it. And it's basically talking about in Latin America, how there's excessive and indiscriminate protection, basically geared to import substitution at any cost. There's a lack of rationality, and it's redounded to the detriment of their economic development. So even ECLA is critical of the trade policies being pursued by Latin American countries in the mid-1960s. Now, the others, I thought there was sort of this consensus. I didn't find much of a consensus. So Ragnar Nurksa, he was actually opposed to import substitution. W. Arthur Lewis is very interesting. He's not an export pessimist, but he's very vague on trade policy. He focuses on a lot of other prerequisites to development, not as much trade policy as I would have thought. Albert Hirschman is always very interesting, and in the late 50s, in his famous book on the strategy for economic development, he's sort of a contrarian. He talks about how imports help industrialization and restrictions, he says, are self-defeating. He actually changes his views a little bit later in the 60s, once again being the contrarian. As everyone's moving against import substitution, he's beginning to think it's more favorable. So what was striking to me is just how much disenchantment there was, even among the initial proponents of import substitution, by the mid-1960s. And it's interesting, the sort of list that they identified. So they talked about excessive protection leading to inefficient domestic manufacturing. They said, well, it really doesn't save on foreign exchange. A lot of the import substitution industries are very dependent on imported intermediate goods or capital goods. And so that raises the demand for foreign exchange. It harms non-traditional exports and reduces export earnings. And like Myrdal pointed out, there's important political economy points that were being raised in even the 60s about licensing regimes in particular being corrupt and inefficient. What is also striking to me is that you might think if you got all these problems, and even Prebisch is identifying them, well, there should be calls for reforming developing country trade policy. Instead, Prebisch constantly put the burden on the advanced or industrial countries to open up their markets to the developing world rather than developing countries reforming themselves. So that's sort of this decline in the 1960s. And of course, the point was really put forward by a number of other economists coming up a new generation, Ian Little, Jagdish Bhagwati, Bella Balassa, and Ann Krieger. And what's interesting is where they got their views. They weren't sort of steeped in the development literature of the 50s so much. Balassa and Krieger are interesting because Balassa basically never supported import substitution. And that's because he grew up in Hungary and didn't like the economic policies of the communist regime there. Krieger, as far as I could tell, was never an export pessimist, but really didn't start focusing on import substitution and its costs until she went to Turkey on a USAID mission in the mid-1960s. So they were never really, they didn't start out against, in favor of import substitution, but the evidence sort of took them in a certain direction. What's interesting about Ian Little and Jagdish Bhagwati is they were both fairly strong proponents of import substitution in the late 50s and early 1960s. And for both of them, it was their experience in India that began to change them. So after Bhagwati came back from Cambridge and Oxford, he started talking to his friends in the Commerce Ministry and elsewhere, asking, how do you allocate import licenses, or what's the economic rationality here? And it sort of went against what he had learned in Cambridge. And so he gradually became disenchanted in the early 1960s. Ian Little was a very strong proponent of import substitution, but he went to India on a mission in 1965 and looked at the projects that were being created there, and it completely turned him in a different way. And of course, there was a lot of other growing empirical work in development journals on Pakistan and Chile, in particular on empirical evidence on whether these policies were working. So by 1970, Ian Little writes this book, Industry and Trade in Some Developing Countries, that sort of identifies some of the costs of protection. Bhagwati and Desai wrote India Planning for Industrialization, which talks about import licensing and things of that sort. Bella Balassa looks at the structure of protection in developing countries and talks about the high and highly variable effective rates of protection. And so both the original proponents of import substitution and this new generation sort of had soured on the idea, certainly by 1970, if not by the mid-1960s. So my takeaway, and it was a surprise to me, is that the proponents of an import substitution, the original proponents, were never really strong advocates. They were surprisingly cautious, very measured in what they were saying. They were very aware of the shortcomings. And they anticipated most of the critiques of the later economists. They were not sort of sheltered and had a Panglossian view of import substitution. They're very well aware of the problems. Is just a matter of emphasis in terms of where they came down. And what was sort of key to changing minds was country evidence, seeing how the policies were actually working out in practice. It wasn't really any new theoretical developments or things of that sort. And just to sort of conclude, because this is relevant for this panel, is these critiques and this debate in the 1960s, it's not directly related to infant industries. It's not directly related to industrial promotion policies. Is really focused on the cost of import controls. So they weren't ruling out necessarily industrial policies, but they were saying that certain types of policies aimed at clamping down on imports could be counterproductive in many ways. So that's just a brief survey of the history, and that's sort of what I discovered by looking back at some old books and articles.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Doug. You're right on time. Perfect. So let's go to Beata. Beata, you're watching.
Thank you very much, Eric. So let me share your screen. It's always, Doug is a tough act to follow. No short movies on my side. But anyway, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel and part of this discussion. I'm not a huge fan of industrial policy. So the message of my talk is going to be very simple. And it is, let me just click to make sure it works, that if you must do industrial policy, do investment promotion. And I am not going to explain why attracting FDI inflows may be a good thing. I think most of the audience is quite familiar with that. We can leave it for later. Instead, I'm going to focus on investment promotion itself, on the policy itself. And I will try to convince you that if you must do industrial policy, do investment promotion, because FDI promotion is cheap, it's effective, and it doesn't introduce distortions. Moreover, it can be used to upgrade exports, and it can be used as a tool of shaping comparative advantage. And finally, I also argue that it can be used to stimulate innovation. Now, UNCTAD says that 4/5 of these developed countries have an investment promotion agency. Of course, the question is, do they work well? The World Bank used to do an assessment, benchmarking of investment promotion agencies, and very often it discovered that these agencies had no functioning websites or never bothered to actually reply to queries. So it's not just about having an agency, it's about having an agency that works. Now, what is investment promotion? Investment promotion has 4 main objectives, according to Louis Wells. And the first one is image building. It's telling the world that my country is a good place to do business, particularly doing some type of business. It's about contacting for prospective investors and trying to convince them to come in. So in other words, it's about lowering information barriers. It's about helping committed investors to actually set up operations. And it's about being an intermediary between investors and the government, so engaging in policy advocacy in order to make setting up of a business or expansion of business easier. So in other words, it's all about lowering the fixed cost of entry. Now, you may ask, what about fiscal incentives and other incentives? I would say no, let's not do that. Simple reason is that it's very easy to overpay. And the claims I'm going to make are based on the definitions of investment promotion as serving these 4 functions. And the results I have obtained in my research show that actually having fiscal incentives on top of the primary function does not lead to more FDI. So how do we know whether investment promotion actually works? Well, in my previous life, when I was at the World Bank in 2005, I was leading census of investment promotion agencies, and we obtained detailed information from 110 countries, 81 of which have an investment promotion agencies. And at that time, we identified further 31 countries which did not have a national agency. And because I had, a team, we could collect very detailed information about sectors that were considered priority by these agencies in their efforts to engage in their efforts to attract FDI. Of course, not all of them were using sector targeting, even though sector targeting at that time, and presumably now, it's considered to be best practice. Basically, the idea being, instead of telling investors, my country is a wonderful place to do business, it's more effective if you tell them my country is the best place to do business in this and in this industry because of X, Y, and Z. And if you reach out to foreign investors, you should be trying to reach out to firms that may find your country interesting because your country has these these are the sectors on which you're focusing. So what that means is that if you have information on priority sectors by country engaging in investment promotion, if you know when they started being priority sector, when they stopped, you can do a diff-in-diff approach and ask, is it the case that sectors that where investment promotion agencies tell us they are focusing their efforts, are these sectors really getting more FDI? The sectors, the information on sectors which are targeted by this agency was collected in a systematic manner. So there was a particular classification of sectors. And as you can see, countries vary in terms of choice of sectors and in terms of which sectors they were targeting at which point in time. So if you ask, is investment promotion doing what it's supposed to do? Is it resulting in more inflows of FDI? The answer is yes, but it's it's yes only in the context of developing countries. And that actually makes sense, because if you, in advanced countries, it's fairly easy to obtain the information you need, and the barriers to setting up business, the cost of setting business, it's much higher. So the analysis shows that priority sectors get more FDI than other sectors, and this effect is particularly pronounced in the case of countries where information asymmetries are greater. So for instance, in countries where fewer people speak English, or in countries where navigating through the bureaucratic maze is more costly, meaning countries where there are more procedures to set up business. You can also ask, is it the case that exports originating from those priority sectors see an increase in unit values over time? So is there some upgrading of exports going on in those sectors that are targeted by investment promotion agencies? And indeed, the answer again is affirmative. So my conclusion is that investment promotion can help countries upgrade their export structure. Investment promotion is cheap. If you believe the analysis, targeted sectors get more than twice as much FDI relative to non-targeted sectors. Now, the IPI census showed that an average agency spent about $90,000 per sector targeted. So we are talking here about agencies in developing countries where things are cheaper. So if you were to do a back of the envelope calculation, it will tell you, $1 spent on investment promotion, that's $189 on FDI inflows. If you wanted to express this in terms of affiliate employment, targeted sectors on average were created 1,000 more jobs. So that's $78 per job creation. Of course, you should be taking these figures with a giant pinch of salt, but nevertheless. Now, what about using investment promotion to shape comparative advantage? And that actually could work through two channels. First, foreign investors are often huge exporters. Think about Volkswagen in Slovakia. When Volkswagen was reorganizing their production lines, you could see it in the national statistics of country. Caroline Freund and Denise Pierola looked at export discoveries, and what they found is that export discoveries are often due to entry of multinationals. So it's actually a multinational that is starting to export a product that's new to the export structure of that country. Of course, there are also indirect effects. Local firms may learn about export opportunities from foreign affiliates. They may copy what they do. There is a literature on productivity spillovers and so on and so forth. Now, Caroline Freund and Ted Moran looked at a set of case studies in various parts of the world, and they concluded that the objective of generating exports, in particular exports in novel sectors, is more likely to come about by overcoming market failures and other obstacles that hinder multinational investment than by promoting domestic entrepreneurship. So if you believe the story, you should see that sectors that are considered priority by investment promotion agencies see an increase in their exports. So in other words, you can relate exports volume, value of exports of a product P in country T, in country C at time T, to whether or not this product belongs to a sector that's a priority sector for the national agency in that country. You can control for product country fixed effect to capture underlying comparative advantage in that country, or to underlying conditions to relate it, for instance, to geographic advantage. You can control for what's happening in international markets by having product year fixed effect. You can control for national policies with country year fixed effect. And when you do this, you see that there is a relationship between sectors being considered priority by investment promotion agencies and volume of exports, or revealed comparative advantage of products belonging to those targeted sectors. Now, you may say, well, it's all about reverse causality, right? These agencies want to show that they are doing something right, so they will pick sectors where we expect to see a lot of exports in the future. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case. In the census, we ask them, how do you measure your success? For most agencies, it's the amount of flows, it's the number of jobs created, or it's satisfaction of customers with their services. Actually, only 1% of agencies said that exports were an outcome that was measured. And if you do an event study, basically ask, when relative to the sector becoming targeted, you see an impact on the volume of exports, you see that there is no impact prior, and actually the impact happens 2 years after a sector becomes a priority sector. So there is actually quite a bit of a delay. Now, you may still not be satisfied, and you may say, well, what is actually driving the choice of priority sector in that country in that year? Right? So to control for that, we can use the following trick. We can actually ask, is it the case that we see a bigger impact on exports of products with some characteristics? So for instance, products that are more capital intensive, or products that require relationship-specific impact inputs. So in other words, what we can do is we can interact our policy variable with a product-specific variable, and that will allow us to control for sector, country, year unobservables. So anything that may be driving the choice of sector S in that country at that time relative to other sectors. And when you do it, you still see a relationship between volume of exports of product belonging to the priority sector. And this relationship is particularly strong where you would expect it to be strong, in capital intensive or in products that require relationship-specific inputs. So what about innovation? You could repeat the same exercise, but now you could ask, you could look at number of patent applications or patents granted. So here we use patent families, which basically avoids double counting of patents. And you see again at T+2, so 2 years after a sector becomes a priority sector, you see an increase in patent applications. And you don't see anything happening in the run-up to that sector being patented, being chosen as a priority sector. You could again use the same trick by interacting the policy variable with characteristics of industries belonging to this more aggregated sector. And that again allows you to control for country, sector, year fixed effect. And you see the same message. You see that targeting a particular sector is associated with increased patent applications or patent grants. And this is particularly true in R&D intensive industries. And if you are thinking that these are only patents that are that have been created somewhere else, but are now only being applied for, that doesn't quite seem to be the case, because these are patents involving at least one domestic inventor. So these are patents that were co-created in the country in question. So to conclude, investment promotion is cheap, it works, and if you get it wrong, nothing bad happens. You've just wasted a bit of money running the agency. I think it can be used as a tool to shape patterns of comparative advantage, to upgrade exports, and to stimulate domestic innovation. So thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Beata. Again, congrats. Thank you very much for staying on the schedule. So let's go straight to Danny Roderick. Danny, take it away. Danny, you're muted. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I was Zoom. Can you hear me, see me?
Now we can hear you. Yeah, hear you and see you. Your screen hasn't yet showed up.
I'm getting a Zoom crash report, which has never happened.
Oh no.
Sorry, I'm hopefully back.
You're back.
Okay. So
but not, we don't see your screen yet.
Yeah, I just my Zoom crashed, which is weird. This has never happened before. Let me get my presentation up. Hopefully it'll work. Thanks, Eric, and thanks for organizing this panel. And I think Doug's and Beata's comments have been very interesting. What I want to do is, in the very short time, just talk a little bit about ISI, largely for the kind of light it may hold to our present discussions. Then I want to say a little bit about the future of industrialization, which I think is very, very bleak, and therefore necessarily puts a kind of a necessary caveat on any use of industrial policy, since industrial policy is typically focused on manufacturing. And I want to end with a few comments about where I see sort of a new form of industrial policy now, with sort of industrial in quotation marks, that sort of has been developing, and what kind of conceptual approaches go with that. So let me start with imports substituting industrialization. And I want to start here with an apparent paradox that the actual performance of the ISI countries, for not generally, but for a lot of them, was actually much better than the reputation ISI has today. So this is looking at the aggregate labor productivity growth in some of the key ISI countries, comparing them to two export-oriented industrializing countries, South Korea and Taiwan, for a period of a quarter century between 1950 and 1975. And what's rather striking is how well, in fact, some of these countries did. Brazil, Mexico, Peru, all exceeded annual average labor productivity growth rates of about 3%. In fact, Turkey did much better over this period, very comparable to South Korea and Taiwan. Even Argentina, which is always an example of a failure, had labor productivity rates higher than 2%. Really, among sort of the major Latin American countries, really perhaps Chile is the one that really does the worst. So the overall labor productivity performance of ISI countries in this early period was not that bad at all. And in fact, this performance looks much better if we compare them to their subsequent performance. So that's that by after 1990, most of these countries had moved to very different configuration of policies, opening up to trade, removing quantitative allocation of foreign exchange, opening up to free capital flows, and so forth. And if we compare labor productivity in the most recent quarter century, since 1990, what's really striking is how bad their performance has actually been in the more recent period. And look at Brazil, look at Mexico, which is really an amazing example of a country where labor productivity growth simply collapsed despite very large increases in international trade and foreign investment associated with NAFTA and so forth. Really, of all these countries, the only one that does, on the whole, better is Chile, but well, all the others essentially have done much, much worse. So what actually happened? I don't want to go into the details of what the analysts of ISI got right and wrong. Perhaps we can talk about that later on. But the interesting question is, why did these countries, under policies that we would normally consider to be highly indiscriminately inefficient in ways that Doug described, why is that these countries actually ended up then doing even worse after they opened up their economies and dismantled these policies? A lot of that has to do with what has happened to the patterns of structural change. And here I'm focusing on Latin America, although the pattern is quite similar in a lot of the other ISI countries as well. In the early period, again, looking at the first quarter century between 1950 and 1975, a very large part of the labor productivity growth that these countries experienced came from intersectoral reallocation. Industrialization wasn't all of it, but clearly it was a very important part of it. That is, moving labor from lower productivity activities to higher productivity urban activities. Manufacturing was one big part of it, but also a lot of associated urban services as well. And if you compare the pattern of labor productivity growth after 1990, really the big change is that it is the between component, the structural component that has collapsed. That structural change in these economies went from being very significant contributor to labor productivity growth to actually, on balance, a sort of growth reducing feature in labor productivity growth. Some of it is due to the process of deindustrialization, which I'm going to be talking about, but also sort of in general inability to support employment in the more productive areas, the growth of informality and so forth. So that's, I think, in an accounting kind of a sense, sort of, scratching the surface of this productivity collapse. A lot of this is that for all of its ills, the ISI was able to do something, which was to move labor out of very low productive agriculture to somewhat more productive manufacturing, even though many of these manufacturing firms may not have been globally competitive. Labor productivity was still higher than in the next best alternative. And that process essentially just stopped bringing back labor productivity growth overall. Now, this happens during a time when also there are factors that are really quite extraneous to the policies of the developing countries that have to do with technological change, intensification of globalization overall. That means that there is a general, and from the standpoint of developing countries themselves, a premature phenomenon of deindustrialization that's happening. So these are just essentially just graphing the estimated values of some decade dummies. And they're showing exactly, it's a measure of how much employment is disappearing out of manufacturing. So if we just run these regressions on sort of predicting manufacturing employment, that for every decade, the actual level of manufacturing employment has fallen such that by the 2000s, compared to the 1950s, we have a deficit of about 12 percentage points of the total labor force in manufacturing. Very large reduction in overall manufacturing employment by the 2000s. With respect to the countries with strong comparative advantage in manufacturing, there is also a significant decline in employment, even though it's not as large as in the case of other countries. So there is not only a significant process of deindustrialization that's going on regardless of country policies. It's also that where this deindustrialization is concentrated in is particularly in terms of employment of low-skilled labor. For a subsample of these countries and for a somewhat shorter period of time, we can disaggregate the employment losses into these three skill categories: low skill, intermediate skill, and high skill. And what this chart shows is essentially that all the deficit in employment in manufacturing, all the employment deindustrialization is really taking place in low skill employment. And that's important because it's an indicator that what's really driving this is a process of much more skill and capital intensive technologies in manufacturing that's reducing demand for low skill labor. And that's a global phenomenon. It's happening in the developing countries as much as it is in the advanced countries. In fact, if we look in a more detailed fashion to the modes of production or production techniques or capital intensity more specifically in developing countries, in some of the poorest developing countries today, what we're seeing is that we have in manufacturing patterns of skill and patterns of capital intensity that is way out of line with respect to what the factor endowments of these countries is. So this is from work that's sort of ongoing with some co-authors, where we're looking at the firm level manufacturing data in Tanzania and Ethiopia. And we take as our baseline just to compare to the Czech Republic, a country that's sort of much richer and obviously much more capital and skill abundant than these two countries. In fact, Tanzania and Ethiopia are roughly sort of around 5% of the Czech Republic's per capita GDP or economy-wide capital to labor endowments. Now, when we look at sort of these very, these countries that are, very abundant in low-skilled labor, we would expect manufacturing to be able to absorb a lot of this low-skilled labor, and that sort of traditionally was the mechanism through which industrialization promoted structural change and labor productivity growth overall. But today, that is less and less so that in manufacturing in our two countries, in these two labor-abundant African countries, the capital intensity in manufacturing is somewhere between 5 and 6 times more than the economy-wide capital labor endowment when we take the Czech Republic as our baseline. So it becomes manufacturing is an extremely capital-intensive part of the economy. Even more strikingly, perhaps, if we look at the largest firms in these two economies, the largest 10% of the firms in manufacturing, which roughly produce between a fifth to a quarter of total value added in manufacturing in our two economies. Essentially, then we get that the capital intensity of these firms becomes quite comparable to the capital intensity of manufacturing in the Czech Republic, again, a country that's so much more capital abundant and skill abundant. So this is, I think, part of the reason why today countries like Ethiopia, even though they have been experienced some degree of success in exports in manufacturing, are not able to generate the kind of economy-wide growth that the earlier set of countries did. It's simply because manufacturing is no longer acting like this growth escalator. It's unable to absorb the resource which developing countries, low-income developing countries in particular, have the greatest abundance in. I think where that leaves us is that regardless of what you think about ISI, it's clear that the kind of industrial policy or policies directed towards structural change and productive development will have to take a very, very different form than what they have in the past. And I think, here, because I know I'm not, I'll have to stop soon, and I can't go through all the details of this. I describe essentially what are some of the elements of some more contemporary approaches to this and how they differ from the traditional type of industrial policy that have worked well in the past. So I think the traditional type of industrial policy used to focus on manufacturing, especially on export-oriented manufacturing in East Asia. I think today that's unlikely to yield dividends for the reasons that I've talked about briefly. So I think increasingly this kind of policy, which now I think is better to call productive development policy rather than industrial policy per se, I think has to focus on domestic services, non-traditional agriculture, in addition to manufacturing, because manufacturing on its own is not going to be a source of labor absorption. I think also the kind of, the top-down type of industrial policy that we associate with with East Asia obviously is very inappropriate. So we need to adjust the practice of industrial policy to settings where we incorporate the idea that government agencies don't actually have a lot of information about where the market failures are, but perhaps they can build capacity to learn where they are. So it's much more of a collaborative, iterative process of learning that's very different from the East Asian model. And there are a number of countries that are experimenting with this type of productive policies. And I'm happy to talk more about that in the Q&A, but I should not exceed the time that I was allotted, so I'm just going to stop here.
I've never had such a disciplined panel. Never moderated such a disciplined panel. But let me. So thanks very much, for all three contributions. Let me just start opening it up. If you want to, so raise your hands. I should be able to. I should be able to see hands going up. Or if you're a panelist already, you can just jump in. I also have questions which I'll jump in with if I don't get people jumping in instead. Okay, let me start it off, and hopefully people become less shy. Let me go. I guess one question is with Danny. So when you're talking about labor absorption, I guess I started thinking about this. There's old debate about appropriate technology. The technology should be, but there's a tension there in the sense that the more advanced technologies are typically developed in rich countries, and where the factor availability is different. But so I wonder whether if we insist on an appropriate technology, we're actually dooming a country would be dooming itself to being on a low, sort of behind the curve technologically in the world. And so whether that would actually be is that what you're advocating, or is that something to be avoided?
So I think thinking about this in terms of the old appropriate technology literature is exactly right, and I think it's weird, and that was probably a lot less relevant at the time when E.F. Schumacher was writing "Small is Beautiful" and things like that. Probably that argument wasn't very relevant then, but I think honestly, generally now it is relevant because we have a set of technologies that are being developed in response to relative factor prices in the North, where capital is cheap and labor is expensive. And they are now essentially being disseminated globally to a much greater extent, because if you want to be part of a global value chain, you have to produce pretty much using the same production technique. So your flexibility in terms of changing your production technique is very limited. So in the old days, it would be that a lot of manufacturing would use very labor-intensive techniques because you had a captive domestic consumer base. I remember when I was growing up in Turkey, there were all these shoddy toys that the local firms were producing, and I had to buy them because you couldn't buy anything from abroad. But that now completely disappears. And now Ian Little and Ann Kruger can claim success because we've gotten rid of all those inefficient domestic low quality, low productivity toy companies. But it turns out that on average, the productivity of labor there was much higher than where it is in traditional agriculture or in informality. So that we're still aggregate labor productivity wise, we're ending up worse off. Now, what the normative implications of this is, I'm not quite sure, but it does leave developing countries in a very, very difficult situation.
Okay, I see a question from Juan Carlos Halak. Juan Carlos, if you can, or Leslie, if you can unmute Juan Carlos and then let him ask his question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for a great panel. This is a question for Danny. Danny, I would like to take it from where you ended your talk. You mentioned that the new industrial policies, you need interactions between the public sector and the private sector. So I wanted to ask you, in the case of Latin America, what are the most notable experiences that you have seen that of a successful public-private interaction, and what were the institutional arrangement to help this happen?
Thank you, Juan Carlos. So let me give you two examples. One would be a relatively more recent example in Peru under not the current administration, but the previous one, although I think the current administration is trying to adapt it, is where the Minister of Industry, Piero Ghezzi, set up essentially what it was called the sectoral roundtables. And essentially, it was, the setting was one where he basically said, look, I'm not here to give you trade protection. I'm not here to give you subsidies. I understand that there are a lot of reasons why productive development might be hampered due to either things that I'm doing as a government or lack of coordination or the absence of public inputs that are important for productive upgrading. So let's engage in collective learning about sort of where the problems are and what is it that I can do. And I think there were a number of successes interesting, not that much in manufacturing, but much more in sort of in non-traditional agricultural exports. Another example would be actually, again, somewhat surprisingly, would be the example of Argentina, which we don't associate with a successful industrial policy, but Argentina has actually had in agriculture, again, in non-traditional agriculture, has had a long experience with this National Agricultural Technological Institute and FONTAR, which interact on a continuous basis with agricultural producers and agricultural producer groupings to introduce new varieties, to generate new technologies, to engage in development of common standards. And it's that kind of sort of open-ended, collaborative, iterative process of learning that does not take from, sort of a presumption that we know what the problem is from the outset, that we need to subsidize inputs or that we need to provide export subsidies. But it's a process of learning where sort of how these enterprises overcome productive challenges. So I think under the radar screen, there are a lot of sort of detailed, small scale examples of this, and sometimes sort of what we know a lot less about is where they work and where they didn't work, and because of the nature of this, also it's hard to undertake rigorous evaluation of these things, and so I think that's the part where I think we have less knowledge of.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. So Claudio Fejas has a question, I think.
Hi, hello, great panel, super interesting. I had a question which is a little bit related to Juan Carlos, but maybe relating to other topics. One is politics, which is the political economy of these things. Like if we go back in history and how it was implemented, especially in Latin America and many other countries, it was not under democratic regimes. And then we have to put in the table and see how those things will interact with politics and special interests. And the other thing that I think people don't talk about is the importance of competition, right? Like how, especially in many developing countries, if we have this type of agencies and we have interactions, public sector and private sector, because we have very large firms, both in manufacturing services or especially in agriculture as well, very large producers, like JBS in Brazil, for example, is a very key example on the billions that he got from the development bank, for example, right? So those subsidies or credit, whatever, gets very concentrated, right? So I don't see kind of the competition in the market being discussed in this issue. So I'm just wondering what you think about it. I think it goes also in the Beata discussion on how do you foster innovation and investments.
Great, thanks. Maybe, I don't know if Doug or Beata, do you want to jump in so we're not always, yeah.
I'm happy to jump in, though I will probably take an angle that you were not quite asking about. Let's think about the current situation, right? We have deep economic crisis in many parts of the world. In many countries, firms are in trouble and are going to be in more trouble because of the second and possible third wave of COVID. So governments will be injecting equity, they will, or maybe outright nationalizing firms. And, in rich countries, this is going to stimulate a debate about, are taxpayers getting the right reward or not? But in countries where governance is poor, this may be quite a troubling development, because the minute you have state ownership, you may have jobs that are being given to friends. You may create a vested interest that will prevent nationalization. And if you look at many countries where the EBRD operates, for instance, in many cases, line ministries that run state-owned enterprises are also regulators of the sector. In, I think, 10th of the countries where we operate, only 1/10, there are regulations that prevent state-owned enterprises from getting unfair advantage over, so getting advantage, I shouldn't say unfair, getting advantage over private sector. So for instance, that would prevent soft budget constraint, subsidized inputs, preferential tax treatment. So what I worry about is that going forward, the playing field may be tilted against private firms and in favor of state-owned firms.
Doug, or let me ask Doug first, or Danny, do you want to also follow up?
And let me just say one word about politics in response to Claudio's, I think, valid concern. And I think this always has been a kind of argument against industrial policy, that once you start engaging firms, that that you can be taken for a ride by the firms, and they're always sort of insiders with vested interests in certain types of policies. I think that's entirely valid concern. The only thing I want to say is that this is not a concern that is that's special to industrial policy. I cannot think of any domain of policy where government does not operate under asymmetric information, facing a group of insiders with very strong vested interests. which are the two strong arguments against industrial policy, that the government doesn't have enough information and that it can be gamed by strong political interests. Think about monetary policy, think about sort of education policy, think about social policy, health policy. Each one of these areas are areas where the same two features operate. The debate we usually have in those areas is not whether we should have education policy or whether we should have monetary policy or whether the government should have a fiscal policy. The debate is always, okay, subject to those risks, how do we actually design policies and institutions that are more robust to those threats? And I think that's also, I think, the kind of concern that the kind of more modern or contemporary approach to industrial policy that I've described tries to respond to by making this process open-ended, making it transparent, making it open to newcomers and outsiders, and not being just sort of working with incumbents and so forth. And as Claudia said, being democracy in some sense also forces you to do that. But the risks are clearly there.
Okay, there's a question also from Adrian Wood. Adrian, if you're there, go ahead.
Thanks, Eric, and thanks all three panelists. Really good presentations. A phrase that hasn't been used at all is infant industry. I mean, it's something that is pervasive, but nobody's mentioned it. And I raise this simply because I suppose my question is the idea of infant industries dead? And in particular, has it been replaced by the idea of infant firms? Because you think we're now in a kind of Mellitz type world in terms of both theory and data, where all the emphasis is on differences in performance among firms within sectors. So shouldn't we be focusing on, as it were, trying to promote the performance of particular firms? But then that takes you back into this unhappy territory of national champions. I don't know, I suppose in a way my question is to Beata. I mean, I absolutely agree with her about the efficacy of FDI promotion, but do we only have to rely on foreign firms? Is there nothing we can do to, as it were, that's equally cheap, simple, and effective to promote the productivity of some domestic firms, not necessarily selected ones?
I think, Adrian, you asked two questions, right? So on infant firms, venture capital, right? I mean, that's in a sense, but we leave it to private sector, but now IFIs are stepping into this. And in a sense, one of the things EBRD is doing, we are trying to promote development of capital markets and creation of, among other things, venture capital funds. So in that sense, we are going towards promoting infant firms, just not directly through public sector actions. On why FDI and why not any other way, my answer is that multinationals are producers of knowledge and innovation, right? They are responsible for 3/4 of business R&D globally. So it's just very hard to match, the amount of knowledge they have. So it's just simply a cheap way of bringing knowledge to your country.
I see hands. I see that there was Marcella Slava and Richard Newfarmer and Dan Treffler. So Marcella, if you can, please jump in and ask a question.
Hi, thank you. Thanks very much to all. It's a great panel. It's a question that I think is for all panelists. I was starting from Dan's point on the rapid deindustrialization of Latin America, perhaps non-industrialization of Latin America, which implied not a return to agriculture, but like a very rapid transition to services. I see the current picture is one where though all of those huge resources put into services are characterized by lots of informality, tiny firms, some also self-employment. So the low productivity is not only a tilt of the distribution to the left, but mainly a much thicker left tail of those tiny firms. So I'm trying to put that picture that I have in mind together with these recommendations by Beata of policies oriented towards FDI attraction, or Dana's recommendations regarding public-private collaboration with an emphasis on services, which sound reasonable with the transformation that would be needed to transform all of those resources, low-skilled labor trapped in those tiny firms and self-employment, especially in services, especially in retail. And I'm not seeing how those two sides come together. So I just wanted to get your reactions in terms of thinking of a massive transformation of that very large fraction of the Latin American resources trapped in those sectors and types of firms.
I'm not sure who that was for. Maybe Doug, since you haven't had a chance to speak here in the discussion, if you want to jump in. Otherwise, I'll let Doug, you, or I'll let yeah.
Oh, I'll let the others handle it.
Okay. Now I'm less pessimistic than Danny about manufacturing. So manufacturing is not dead, right? And what the world has discovered during the crisis is how incredibly dependent we are on China. And I think going forward, there is a recognition that we will be seeing more shocks, that we need to make global value chains more resilient. And that often means China plus one sourcing strategy, right? So I think that many countries, many emerging markets stand to gain from that. So, it's not, I am not implying that, tomorrow half of US multinationals will close their facilities in China. What I'm saying is that next time they are making a decision where to locate production, they are going to take resilience into account. And I think this is a chance for Latin America to increase its market share in the US, right? And, FDI can help facilitate that. So if you are a country that's already exporting a lot of a given product, then you could expand. If you are not exporting a given product, then entry of FDI could help you start production and exports of that particular good. So I am less pessimistic, and I don't see such a sort of bleak future where nobody will be manufacturing anything other than China and robots.
I think on manufacturing, it matters greatly whether you're looking at on output or employment. So we know, for example, that at constant prices in the United States, the share of manufacturing value added in GDP has roughly stayed constant. So if you look at, even in a rich country, you don't have deindustrialization at constant prices, but it's where you see it is in terms of a very dramatic reduction in employment. Now that's particularly harmful for developing countries because that's where they have their comparative advantage. So these technological trends are what essentially, to put it differently, is what they're doing is they're completely undermining the comparative advantage that developing countries have in the one resource that they have in abundance, which is low-skilled labor. Yes, you can, every country now is talking about localization, industry, import substitution is back because countries are hoping to get manufacturing back. So you have, reshoring, going on. That is simply not going to, have an effect on employment. That's sort of my concern. And if it's not showing up in employment, then effectively manufacturing becomes no different than just like a kind of an enclave industry. It's like, a natural resource or a mine that operates very productively at relatively capital and skill intensive, but doesn't have the ability to essentially generate growth. And I think that's essentially more and more what manufacturing is starting to look like. It's not there yet, but I think it's the employment consequences are the ones that I'm really concerned about. So that's where I think Marcella's question really comes, and it's a question that really haunts me, and I don't have a good answer. When you have a situation where in the urban areas, all the employment is concentrated in these very low scale, very low productive, very small, informal, petty services, how are you able to undertake a kind of productive transformation that's going to create employment opportunities for these for these workers in more productive areas. In the old days, manufacturing did that through industrialization, and I don't think that's really going to happen. So that's really the central conundrum of development in my mind, is that question. Now, I think the kinds of strategies that Beata talked about can be helpful, because if you think about these foreign firms coming in, not just operating on their own, but having an ability to create a kind of local suppliers, produce a kind of a local productive ecosystem of suppliers. Now that you can see how that can begin to also have significant impacts on domestic employment and so forth. But we need to be able to do that at scale. It's not going to be just through foreign investors, I think, and FDI. You also have to work with your large firms domestically that view themselves as much more integrated with the global economy than with their domestic economy, and find ways that you can prevail on them to actually sort of integrate backwards, share knowledge with their potential local suppliers, and generate these kinds of backward linkages with the local economy, which is not happening.
Great. We just have about 3 minutes, and we have a talk happening just right after this. But I wanted to let to first Richard Newfarmer and then Dan Treffler. Maybe what we can do is just make your comments or questions in sequence before going back to the panel, and then if we have some time, then we'll have the panel give the last word. Thanks, Richard. If you're there, please go first, and then Dan.
Yeah, fabulous. I have a question actually for each panelist. The first is for Doug. I wondered if you wanted to take a look at that graph that Danny Roderick threw up, and if you would sort of agree with the rather sanguine interpretation of that graph. I do want this on labor productivity. I do wonder if we might think about the high productivity rates in the 1950-75 period as being related to the later low productivity rates that we saw later on. In other words, where substitution period cast a rather long shadow on labor productivity in Latin America. And I think that the counter case of Chile, which abandoned import substitution much sooner than the rest of the countries, may be in fact an indication of that. The question I have for Danny is, you wrote a wonderful article, one of my favorite articles that I always assign to my students, way back in 2004, called An Industrial Policy the 21st century, or some sort of variation of that topic. And you had 10 principles. I wondered, in light of kind of the new sectors that you're talking about, how you would modify those 10 principles. Are they still applicable in your point of view? And my question to Beata has to do with public investment. I'm struck working on Rwanda and Uganda, how important public investment has been as a promoter of rather specific activities. So in Rwanda, for example, they have made big bets through public investment to attract foreign investment in the convention center, for example, on the airline, in the airport, in underwriting hotel construction for the tourist industry. And up until the pandemic, it appeared to be paying big bucks, and quite a good return. 40%, 50% of export earnings were in tourism, an industry that was built really with public investment. The opposite has happened in Uganda, a much less successful investment in petroleum, where they've also tried to bring in foreign investment. How do you think about public investment as investment promotion, and what should we be wary of in thinking about that?
eloquently stated a question that unfortunately we're not going to have time to answer. Maybe if I can take 30 seconds from the next and let Dan at least state his question, say what he would have asked, and then we'll have to have a follow-up afterwards offline for the answers from the panelists.
No,
Yeah.
there's not enough time. Don't worry about my question.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So thanks very much. So we're on a strict timeline, but let's give a round of applause for the panel. If we can, thanks very much for your input. That's extremely stimulating. And so we're moving now to Paco Guerra is going to talk about big push and distorted economies. Someone else is moderating. I'm not certain who that is.
That's me.
That's you. Okay.
Yeah, and its co-authors Nicholas Tractor and Yang Xin are here, and the fourth co-author is Ugo Oppenheim. So take it away, Paco. Make sure to unmute yourself and share screen.
Yep, perfect. Thanks a lot for having us into the program, and thanks a lot for the order. That should cut a little bit of motivation. So this is a paper on economic development. So it will be a paper about income per capita differences and where those differences come, or what can we do to make them smaller. So I guess part of the perspective this paper take is we start from in a big picture view. You can see we see two very broad perspectives on development. One will be one that having a lot of emphasis more recently, where under development is tried to be understood as the results of different barriers to technology adoption, or more broadly distortions that affects the aggregate productivity of the economy. On the other hand, it's more a strong view in policy circles to some extent, and it had a long tradition, and that a lot of that was what the previous panel was talking to some extent about. This is, and in part of that long-standing view will be the emphasis on complementarities across producers, potentially coordination failures. So the extent to which development could be, or the lack of development could be an example of coordination failures. And there's a view that goes back to the 40s, at least, Rosen and Rodin, and so on and so forth, and has a few more recent incarnations. One example of that would be work by Murphy, Schleifer, and Vishny. What this paper tried to do is try to integrate these views and try to understand quantitatively the interaction between them. And in particular, we're going to try to understand more broadly to what extent complementarities will lead to amplification of distortions or policies more generally. And in extreme cases, that would be examples of coordination failures. And part of the motivation is the fact that we may require smaller distortions to account for the data. So I guess the second motivation is that we go a little faster. As if for the ones that are not that familiar with this coordination failures view development, that's the idea that we have unproductive technologies, because all other firms are around us to use a productive technology. So I guess the first paper today will be an example of, to some extent, of that. They've been rigorous.
Paco, your slides are not advancing. I don't know if you're trying to advance your slides.
Yeah, I am.
You need to go full screen.
Yeah, you don't see advancing? No.
I think you're sharing
the cover page.
I think you're sharing the other screen, the one that's not the full one. Yeah, the one that just advanced.
Okay, let me just. Let me leave it like this.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's been a rigorous treatment to some extent in the last 30 years or so. There have been very few quantitative exploration of these ideas. So that's part of what we're trying to do. And more broadly, we want to move beyond coordination failures to try to understand the extent to which complementarities will lead to amplification of distortions and policies. And I guess the idea here would be maybe a substitute innovation will lead to some firms increase innovation, but more importantly, this increasing innovation or adoption, more precisely, will lead to more other a second wave of adoption and so on and so forth. So let me just be a little more specific what we're going to be doing in the next 50 minutes or so. We're going to discuss a model of firm entry, technology adoption. We're going to feature a relatively rich input-output structure. There will be idiosyncratic distortions as being emphasized in the more recent literature on macro development. And then to that model, we're going to enrich and that model will be purposely enriched to introduce elements that have been discussed in the theoretical literature about by Murphy-Schaff, Mitni, Matsuyama, Ciccone, and so on and so forth. We take that framework, we try to do a quantitative exploration of that framework. That will be done with using aggregate and microdata from the US and India. I'm going to address 3 questions with that framework. And this should be our previous slides. The first question will be, can development be solely a story of coordination failures? And we spent a lot of time early in this project to get a robust answer to this, and the answer will be strictly no. Second question will be, can development be a story of distortions and coordination failures? And the answer here will be yes. So that will show you that it's going to be a very strong interaction between these 2 broad views of economic development I posed at the beginning. And the third question, I guess, to us would be a more interesting one in terms of what we have learned, is that by introducing relatively rich complementarities to the model, we're going to find that there's going to be a very large effect of distortion on policies, and very non-linear. And this will be the most robust message. And that will tend to be true in what we're going to call the big book region. This big book region will be a region with relatively, where these economies are going to be distorted. So it's going to be both an interaction between distortions and complementarities in the sense that coordination failures will tend to arise only in this in economies with large distortions, but also this amplification of policies and distortions will be true for a region with sufficient amount of distortions. Okay, so let me first going to go through the model. I'm gonna then spend a little bit of time providing some intuitions of the model through some simple examples, and then we're gonna jump into calibrating the model, and then showing you a bunch of numerical exercises to answer these 3 questions. So the economy we have, we're modeled with heterogeneous firm that will be ex-ante heterogeneous, and this will have an entry decision into an entry decision and an adoption decision. Z will be a syncretic productivity of firm. F of Z will be the distribution of this productivity. Firms will produce using labor and intermediate input, so it will be an important element. And it will be a circular input-output structure. Labor cost will be labor cost of entry, and labor and goods cost of adoption. The goods component will be important too. More generally, it will be an adoption goods sector that will be producing the adoption goods with labor intermediate. For today's presentation, the adoption goods will be solely produced using goods. In the paper, we have the more general case, and we're going to discuss a little bit in one of those slides what happened in the more general case. There will be a model with monopolistic competitive firms producing differentiated inputs. Get more into detail into that in a second. And there will be syncretic correlated distortions. There will be a model in this form. So the tax, the revenue taxes the firm pays will be a function, the tax rate a function of productivity to the firm. More productive firm paying a higher rate. Okay, so let me just go into a little more into the details of the model. There will be a final good, a technology aggregating differentiated good into an intermediate aggregate. to a standard CS technology where eta will be the state of substitution across these differentiated goods. And the intermediate aggregate will be used for consumption as input in the production of the differentiated goods, intermediate input in the production of differentiated goods, and to produce the adoption good. And here the adoption requires Ka units of the good. From this technology, we're going to derive demand for this differentiated good. It's going to be a standard. This is the demand for the differentiated good J, and there will be a price index of the intermediate aggregate. More interesting will be the description of the technology of the differentiated good producer. You will have access to two technologies. One we're going to call a traditional and a modern technology. There will be each firm will have a heterogeneous productivity Z that will be exogenous. They will have potential produce using intermediate inputs X, labor L, and the two technologies, the modern traditional technology, will differ in terms of their productivity. We're going to call AI tilde. The cost of operating of adoption, one will just require a labor cost kappa E. The modern technology requires kappa E plus the good cost kappa E. And the two technologies might differ in terms of the intermediate input intensities. And all these elements we're going to show you through the end of the talk will end up being key ingredients. I guess in terms of generating large quantitative results that we're going to stress at the end. Okay, so that's the technology for differentiated goods. I guess even let me define the problem of an intermediate good producer to be more practically competitive. Here is kind of a description of what will be, here's when the distortions will enter. So these distortions will be effectively modeled as a revenue tax. So this is going to be the after tax revenues that the firm will obtain. And this is going to be pi O will be operating profits of a firm. So in the problem of the firm, we're gonna obtain labor demand and an expansion for the operating profit, and they're gonna be two equilibrium objects that will matter for the decision of the firm. One will be the aggregate price index P, or the price index of the intermediate aggregate, and the aggregate demand, if you want. And with this, let me just summarize the model by describing an equilibrium. An equilibrium will be given by the price index by wage. I'm going to normalize to 1, and two thresholds. One will be an entry threshold ZE and an adoption threshold, such that if the marginal entrant is indifferent, the marginal adopter is indifferent, so the gains from adoption equal to the cost of adoption, to be a labor market clearing and I guess an expression for the price index. So before going into the calibration and so on and so forth, I want to just point out a little bit of where the complementaries are playing a role. I'm going to do that through a series of examples. But just before doing that, let me pick up the indifferent condition for the adopter. In the particular case where there is both technologies have equal factor intensities, and again, as I said before, all adoption is in terms of goods. And then in this case, I can work, I can solve for the profitability of operating profit of a given technology, how equilibrium effects will operate through these prices and aggregate P and X. And where you can work that out is that the net, the marginal, the gains in profit, gross of adoption cost, is going to be a function of the aggregate price index once you solve for x in the aggregate. So I guess from this point, there's going to be a negative feedback. So there's more adoption. So the aggregate price index will decline. So profit will decline the more adoption there is. So there's this competitive effect. But in this case, what is going to matter is that the gains in profit relative to the cost of adoption, so the difference in operating profit relative to the price cost of adoption, will be an increasing fraction of adoption to the extent that this condition holds. So again, if goods are sufficiently complementary, so they're not that substitute, and there is intermediate inputs, technology are very intermediate input intensity, then there will be a positive feedback from the adoption of others into the adoption in the decision of an individual firm. So that will be one example, one illustration of the feedbacks that we will highlight in the model. So this is the case with equal factor intensities. So something similar will be true when you have difference in factor intensities. Let me give you a version of this a little bit more abstract. And I'm going to do this for the purpose of showing you there's going to be a tight connection between the amplification of policies also how complementarities results in a large amplification of policies, and to what extent there is a role for coordination failures. So I'm going to give you a version of a little bit more abstract version of the analysis I just showed you before. To do that, let me define the change in net profit from adoption. So it'll be the change in operating profit net of the cost of adoption, or the differential cost of adoption. And it's going to be useful to define two objects. One object is going to be the equilibrium best response mapping. So this is given by what is, if you want, the marginal, the fraction of adopters, I guess, as a function of the fraction of firms that will adopt if a set of a number of firms are already adopting, basically. And now instead of defining this not in terms of the equilibrium fraction, so doing the gains in profit for a firm of particular probability Z, given some fraction of adoption in the economy. And this is defined by this mapping here. And I can define two objects. One, I can define an amplification ratio. What I mean by that, we ask the question, by how much, say, the productivity of the marginal adopter change when you include the total change, the total effects, relative to the partial effect. What is the partial effect? Is by how much the marginal adopter change when you keep fixed the number of adoptions in the aggregate economy. So you keep fixed prices and the quantity of the aggregate intermediate aggregate. So this is what we call a measure of amplification, and what you find out that this particular ratio depends on this elasticity that we defined here below. And this ratio will be bigger than 1 if the elasticity is positive, I guess, and less than 1. And similarly, you can ask the question, well, what do we need for an economy to exhibit coordination failures, meaning for there to be multiple equilibria? Well, I guess this is a simple question. So what we need is that this mapping has a slope that is bigger than 1, at least in some region. And you just work out that slope, and what you're going to get is the same ratio. So there's a sense in which you're going to have amplification of policies, sort of for a larger set of parameter values, if you want, relative to multiplicity. And I guess using this particular elasticity that we calculated, you can go back. You can go to simpler, I guess, even simpler examples, and try to connect when you get amplification, when you get a role from coordination failures for different versions of the model. I'm going to have to do that fairly quickly by going through three examples that will be illustrating. First, it will be a simple example. There will be no heterogeneity to illustrate a little bit more clearly the role of complementarities and correlation of failures. We're going to do a second example. We're going to introduce heterogeneity. I'm going to show you how heterogeneity might make correlation failures to be less important, but still might be a role for amplification of policies, correlation amplifying policies. And they're going to do an example with distortions. I'm going to show you that in the case of distortions, you're going to have enhanced feedbacks, and then you're going to get more likely to get correlation failures and more amplification of policies. So again, the simplest possible example you can work out is an example with no heterogeneity, so no intermediate input in the production of the differentiated goods. I guess and no entry. I guess this will be a more simple example of the one that I showed you for the feedbacks before. In this case, what you need for there to be multiplicity is that the Lacidio substitution is less than 2. And that will be a necessary condition. A sufficient condition will be given by this equation here. So for there to be correlation failures, you sort of need, beyond this necessary condition, you need the policies productivity are sufficiently apart, and the adoption costs take some intermediate values. This also simple case is useful to highlight what are the key inefficiencies that are driving. They're going to be featured in the model, and we're not going to go through that today. In the paper, we have a discussion of the Planner's problem associated with this simple example, and then you see that there's going to be two key inefficiencies. One will be a markup distortion that will play a role. Another one will be coordination failures that might not arise. So the second example we're going to do to the first example, simple example, we're going to add heterogeneity. We're going to have the extended productivity will be Pareto distributed, as we're going to be true in the example that in the numerical expression. And there, what you can work out the necessary condition for coordination failures will be this condition here. So now what you're going to get is that will be a tighter condition, so we harder to certify it, as long as there is heterogeneity. Obviously, the heterogeneity goes to 0, so all the distribution get concentrated into a point, then we're back to the previous condition. And in the case intuition, why heterogeneity make coordination failures less relevant is, well, in some sense, there will be fewer marginal types, so the coordination is going to be less relevant. But even in this example, you're going to have that more generally, you're going to have policy will be amplified, meaning the direct effect of a policy on the identity of the adopter will be smaller than the total effect, provided this condition holds. That is, it's obviously weaker than this condition. So this simple example illustrates the point that complementarities lead to amplification of policies. Much more. The result will be much more robust than the coordination failures. So that's something that will show up on and on in the numerical examples. And the last example will be add to the second example, distortions. These correlated distortions. We're going to see there is that correlated distortions make coordination failures more arising for a larger set of parameter values. And in some sense, again, when cheap intuition is not fully correct, is that, well, distortions make now firms look more alike in terms of make firms perceive themselves to be more alike. So that's kind of enhance the role for coordination. So that will be a way to tell the intuition. So the model is richer than this simple example. So potentially going to have the adoption good to be using goods and labor. The more labor intensive the adoption good is, the harder it is to get coordination failures. And all these statements also will be typically also affect amplification of policies. We have intermediate inputs that the condition will be weaker, so there will be more role for coordination failures and amplification. And the case that will also be important is heterogeneous input intensities. So if the modern technology is more intensive in the use of input, then you're going to have that both amplification and multiplicity will be more important. And in particular, you can get multiplicity even with only goods of adoption. So this here will be probably a good point to take any question.
Perfect. So Paco, I see some ingredients like similar to Matsuyama, but then also some of Chad Jones. But Chad Jones was emphasizing complementarity in production, whereas you're emphasizing it in some intermediate substitutability in production. So if you could clarify how you relate to those papers, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so we're going to do that in a few slides. So this presentation will have a detailed literature review later on with a figure. So one thing that we're going to do is we're going to revisit the elements by telling you what do you get when you turn things on and off. In some sense, we see this model as having Chad Jones' weak link as a particular case. I guess if you read Chad Jones' first half of the paper without the sectoral structure, then we're gonna that will be a particular case of us. And so we have the fact that the intermediate inputs use other intermediate inputs through this aggregate. That's just and then distortions. Even you forget of adoptions, or the adoption decision, distortion will get amplified by the fact that this input-output structure and input-output multiplier. So in that sense, that would be. I'm going to show you that figure. If not, it's not a question. I will.
I have a quick question, Paco. So you showed us that when you have more distortion, it leads to more need for coordination. So does that depend on the shape of? Doesn't that depend on the shape of the distortion?
Yeah. So I guess we choose. Yeah. So we choose the way to model distortions as a. Also depends on how large it will be. A sort of a local result in a sense. So we even say for the in general coordination, you need to have parameters in some subset. I mean, in some interval. You go to extreme with any of them, you will be going to one equilibrium more general. So in general, any of these statements will be. But I guess in general, it will depend on how you model distortions. I will agree with that. And we particularly pick one that is convenient to work out and so on and so forth. So but we find it interesting in itself. But yeah, I agree. Okay, so
Paco, I also have a question related to the distortion. I've been trying to understand the role of distortion in the technology adoption. Is that completely going through the payoff function? The fact that it's also more important in the roundabout structure that we have is because the standard kind of channel we thinking about, just like Baki and Fahy or Ernest Liu, that they get propagated but then still accumulate into a payoff function, or there's a separate role that we should think about in terms of thinking about the distortion and how does that relate to the adoption division?
Yeah, let me defer this. I will keep it. Or it should be. I mean, yeah. Let me defer a bit.
Okay.
Paco, one request is to try to remind us what the parameters are as you use them.
I will in the next slides. Okay, next. So we're gonna do next will be we're gonna describe the calibration. I will be very. I will not spend much time here, but I will remind you the parameter values, a little bit of the structure. But basically, we're doing the calibration. We do a US calibration with firm level data and some aggregate data. From this calibration, we're going to take the distribution of productivity that's given. We're going to go to Indian data. We'll choose distortions given this data and recalibrate the parameters to match data on India. Once I do that, I'm going to go through an exploration of the set of equilibriums of the model in the calibration and more broadly. So think of this calibration as giving us some focal points, and then we want to do things very large robustness exercise on this. And then when I try to, when I get, is there a role for credential failure, we'll understand the role on GDP. And finally, we're going to try to explore how complementarities amplify distortions and policies. And here is going to be answering Pete's questions, and we're going to have a detailed literature review. So the model has this effectively these 8 parameters. So AEM is a normalization. So some of these parameters will be common across countries. Some of them will be country specific. So AEM will be produced with modern technologies. ERA will be the substitution in the intermediate aggregate technology. NUT will be the intermediate input intensity of the traditional technology. NUM, intermediate input intensity of the modern technologies. ZERA will be the tail of the distribution of productivities. And then AT will be the productivity of the traditional technologies, entry cost, adoption cost, and distortions. We're going to pick ERA 3, let's say, from the literature. Think of this as a lower bound, and some of the part of the calibration will be done so that we're going to be robust to the first question, whether correlation failures are relevant in an undistorted benchmark. We're going to pick intermediate input intensity to match the data for the US. We had to pick 2 values. We're going to pick the lowest possible value, NUT. That will be the one that will enhance if you want coordination failure the most. And then I'm going to choose the rest to match the distribution of firms. In the paper, I'm not going to do it today, but in the paper, there's going to be a detailed description of how you get point identification of the model with firms, as data on distribution of firms. We sort of like that argument. It's kind of, we sort of like it, but at some point we're worried about how to think of multiplicity and the literature on how identification of models with entry and so on and so forth. This is going to be a simple model in the sense that we're going to have all firms, if you want, playing the same equilibrium, so it will get point identification naturally. And so the key assumption in the calibration would be that we observe both technologies. But that's going to be it. Let me sort of jump away from the calibration unless there's any specific question. I guess they are going to be in the paper described. So one thing that first thing we're going to do is going to look at the income per capita difference that we get from this calibration. One thing that we're going to surprise initially is you get a lot of the difference in per capita income across in the US, and just for looking at the size distribution of firm data. So that's a sort of an interesting observation. And you're going to see when I get show you a little bit of the role of the elements of the model in generating these large effects. In terms of in the calibration, what matters for this income per capita difference is going to be both distortions and the fact that we calibrate India to have much larger adoption costs. You can think of this as, say, an incarnation of Parente-Prescott. Not so much the fact that traditional technology is much less productive in India than in the US. So that will not have a role. So now you're gonna start spending a little more time in these individual graphs. So there will be a graph that will try to illustrate the regions where coordination failures play a role. And I'm going to show you in this graph in the x-axis, going to show you the distortions. So higher psi is distortions are more correlated with firm productivity. The y-axis, I'm going to show you the productivity of them and the traditional technologies. The US will be this point here. India will be this point here. India and the US are also different in terms of the adoption cost, not so much, not the entry cost, because they happen to, in the calibration, they are identified to be the same, but the adoption cost is much larger in India. So that's why we're gonna have a region for India, they're gonna be a red region, and a region for the US. So think about this is moving this AT psi, each calibration is in each point, and there's also another parameter that moves for India and for the US. This is show you that for the US, it's not going to be, so the US will be in a region with unique equilibria. India happen to be in a region multiple equilibria. India will happen to be in a good equilibria. We'll show you the difference in income between the two. And this is the set of parameter values. Think about size and ATs, calling the rest of the structure the model fixed, where you will get a role for multiplicity. So that's the statement in which there's a role for coordination failure, but it has to be in these regions with a high distortion and relatively high and low productivity of traditional technology. And actually, the higher the adoption cost, actually, the smaller these regions. But I guess it shifts a little bit. So that's the sort of the answer to the first question is here. So if you have an economy, there is no distorted US economy, it's going to be very hard to get this coordination failures argument playing a role. Now here what we're going to do is, so that was about those are part of the set of equilibria. Now we're gonna pick a line in this two-dimensional space, one for the US and one for India here, and now tell you what is the income per capita associated with those different in those economies when you move the amount of distortions. So this is the US case. So this is the initial equilibrium. Now for the US, we're going to start increasing the amount of distortions. And what you want you to notice here is that there'll be eventually, I guess initially this distortion might have a positive role in aggregate consumption, but eventually distortion will have a very large and dramatic effect on per capita, I guess in per capita consumption, or per capita GDP, depending on how you think that the adoption costs are accounted. And that's one of the things that we're going to be stressing, we're going to spend time understanding. So that will be a numerical statement of there being a large amplification, in this case of distortions. In the case of India, India is going to be in this equilibrium, but India will be, there's going to be, now we're going to plot two things. One is the blue line, that's going to be the good equilibrium. For low distortions, it's going to be the only equilibrium. For a small region here, there will be two equilibrium. One will be the blue, and then will be the red, and eventually you're going to only get the red. Again, you have this large amplification, and you have this jump across these two equilibrium. And I guess just to point out also that the y-axis is in log points, so it's going to be a very large effects on per capita consumption. So it should be. So these should be. These are huge differences. So the next thing they're going to be doing is going to try to understand how much of these, which elements of the model is responsible for these effects. Okay, for the effect that distortions are greatly amplified in the framework that we're considering. So what we're going to do is going to pick up this figure here, going to focus in the US. And this is going to be a case with only one equilibrium, at least for the calibration that we're considering. And start adding and subtracting elements. And that will be our, I guess, our literature review, so to speak. So in again, the left axis, the blue line is the same line from before, and this is aggregate consumption. And the right panel will be the fraction of adopters. I guess in the US calibration, basically half of the firms are adopting the modern technology. Okay, so let me just we're gonna do things in two steps. We're gonna first take the baseline model, the blue line, and take away some elements. So gonna be first, I'm gonna say, well, let's take away the assumption that adoptions were in goods only. That will bring us to the red line. So that would be one of the feedback that I highlighted at the beginning, or I guess after introducing the model. The fact that when more firm adopts, the price of intermediate aggregate goes down. It's hurt my profitability directly, but it makes the adoption good lower and enhance adoption. So when you take that away, I guess you make the amplification less dramatic. The other thing that we can do is take the blue line and say, well, let's make the two technologies to have the same intermediate input intensity. So this will be, if you want, in terms of the literature, that will be what is emphasized in Chiccone's Ristad paper. And again, that also will smooth out the effect of distortion per capita income. On the other hand, that will make the effect that the very large distortion now will have a much larger effect. That's sort of quite intuitive. If you make the product technology also to use intermediate input, it will hurt you more when the economy is adopting having a lower productivity, because you also use input from the lower productivity. So that's kind of has two-edged sword. But both of them make amplification, at least in this region, less dramatic. Another way to explore the role of elements of the model is to say, well, let's take all the crap that we put into the model. Let's get a cleaner model, and let's go to, I guess, a framework, say, Restuccia-Rogerson or Pitts and Chantai's work on distortion. We have a set of firms. The set of firms is fixed, and we're gonna do is monkey around with the location of factor across firms, and that will be that's the dash reddish line here. And again, here, as I show you that, it should emphasize to you that it's a log scale. So this, when you go through psi of 0.5, this is a sizable effect. It's going to be like 30% of consumption drop. But still, the effects will be relatively smooth. But both much smaller, and you're going to have this amplification effect. So this model is no adoption decision, so there's no effect over here. To that model, we can say, well, let's add an adoption decision. So let's just turn on the adoption. So you get the same adoption technology, but there's not have the input-output structure. The adoption is not in goods, and there's no difference in intermediate input intensity across the two technologies. And then you get some amplification. I would say, again, quite a bit. If you were to put it in normal scale, that would be a large effect, especially of large distortions. And the third modification is just to say, well, let's take Restuccia-Rogerson and say, well, no, let's put an input-output structure so we can get this input-output multiplier. And that will give you go from the dashed red line to the triangle blue line. And again, so I guess of all these variation, this will be, you're going to get the larger effects. So that's in the sense in which in the structure that we propose, we have this input output multiplier as in Chad's work. On top of that, we're going to have this amplification of the effects of distortions on adoption and so on and so forth. So that's that. So we're gonna do next is I'm gonna go back to I guess more nice to touch to the previous panel. We're gonna think of doing industrial policy in this in this framework. We're gonna think about that. We're gonna think it in two ways. One will be think of understanding an elasticity of output or consumption to particular policy, and the policy we're going to consider is going to be an investment subsidy. I guess that will be is a version of what Beata, I guess we interpret as what Beata was proposing. We're going to subsidize investment to firms, and the subsidy rate would be S. I'm going to show you here what will be the elasticity of consumption to the subsidy. I'm going to, just for comparison purpose, we're going to do the baseline model with a model where it has equal factor intensities, or I guess no intermediate input, and there's no adoption in terms of goods. And I guess over here, when you look at the in the case of zero distortions, this is amplification that I discussed in the simple examples. So you get an amplification of policies from having these complementarities. And now we're going to show you too that the fact that this amplification, this elasticity could become even much larger when you happen to be in the economy that has that is distorted. And in this sort of, in particular in the region where this amplification of distortion is very large. So in this region where the effect of distortion is amplified, also is amplified the effect of industrial policy that's supporting adoption of the more modern technology. And the same will be true when you do the same exercise for the Indian calibration. I guess in this case, you're gonna also see that you're gonna have this elasticity will become arbitrarily large as you get close to the multiplicity region. So that's another example on the connection between the amplification of policies and I guess and coordination failures. And the last thing to discuss will be, okay, so this was just more of a just in calculated elasticity. So how much you gain by changing a subsidy by a small amount. What you also can do is solve a constraint planner that choose the adoption decision taken as given entry and the input uses and so on and so forth. I'm going to show you the gains in consumption of doing that as a function of the amount of distortion. So this is a planner that cannot undo the distortion directly, but can tell firms, well, want firms to invest more or less. I guess in some sense it can choose the optimal value for this adoption subsidy, and finance that with a lump sum tax. Again, what you see is the overall gains are particularly large in this region when you have this large amplification. So that's the per capita consumption for the planner. You still see there's going to be even with the optimal adoption subsidy, going to be still a very large effect of eliminating distortions. I guess so that's another message that it's an obvious strong complementarity between these distortions and industrial policy, at least in this framework. And even in the distorted case, there's some gains in consumption. The extreme is true for the Indian calibration. Because in the Indian calibration, the gains can be even larger because in the calibration, the optimal policy, the optimal constraint policy moves the economy from this low equilibrium to the good equilibrium. So the gains are much larger. And the gains will be very small. You happen to, also something to point out, is the gains will be very small. You happen to be in the region with too many distortions. I guess in our view, this also helps us think through a lot of the debate on industrial policy and not, and what works, doesn't work, and it seems to be that it's going to be a million examples, but many examples of very bad cases, many examples of successful cases that people point as successful cases, and maybe these frameworks allow you to put some sense to that. So having said that, I'm having, I think, 1 minute before the discussion. So let me just summarize what we find. I guess we started the paper with 3 questions. Can development be solely a story of coordination failures, we find a strong no to this answer. So we require very plausible parameter values. We spend a lot of time trying to make sure that these results, and it's actually very robust. Can there be a story of distortion and coordination failures? The answer is yes. I guess a lot of our spent time, the last half an hour was illustrating that. These distortions make firms, well, one intuition, at least the ones that we measure it, to be more precise, make firms more alike, act more alike, with more room for coordinations. And they also find there's going to be a very large effect of distortion on policies in this particular region. I guess the paper referred to the big push region. Complementarities enhances feedbacks, amplify policies, and this is sort of independent of the whether the coordination failures or not. Although in the vicinity of coordination failures, that those effects will be particularly large. I guess I ran out of time and I finished.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's open it up to questions.
Can I ask something, Pete?
Sure.
So very interesting. Thank you, Paco. So, but I'm sorry, I wanted to just simple question. If everything here, when you say the word distortions, is it important that you kind of that you restrict that to the statement like correlated distortions, positively correlated distortions? If you just had kind of random distortions that are not correlated with size, would that remove this, like, for example, your answer to question number 2?
Yeah, that one we haven't explored it, but that's.
I mean, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, it's specific to the ones that it's specific to the correlated distortions, and we have. I mean, one thing that we explored at some point, a pure progressive revenue tax. So we explored it early on when we were thinking about, and that I guess in the cases that one seemed to be not working for the question number 2, but I don't. But we haven't explored it that extensively. But it would be interesting to explore purely random ones. And I guess that could be done. That could be as simple. So that's yeah. So I guess all the statements are conditioned to the structure of the model.
So Pedro Brento has a question, and then Daniel.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Paco. So you have an expression in the paper there for average size. So I take it that's in an undistorted economy. I don't see any distortions there.
In where?
It's an expression for ZE in the paper. The paper that you have.
Yeah.
That's without distortions, right? I don't see any parameter there for the.
Yeah, so I guess we in the paper there's gonna be in the paper we have a discussion of the calibration, and we do the discussion of the calibration for the US benchmark. Although we have a general case. So the expression in the paper for the identification is done in the simpler case.
So I'm asking because I just plug in the numbers they're getting in your calibration for the US and for India. So when I compare the two using that expression, you get an average size in India that's something like, I think it's 15 times higher than the US.
I know for sure. In the Indian calibration, if you were to take away distortions,
right,
you're gonna have a larger average size. Yeah.
So, but that suggests you're getting the impact of the distortions that you're imposing on India. That suggests.
But remember, India differs in also because it has the larger adoption costs.
All right. So, but in your expression there, you just have the actual fraction that have adopted. You have that number, so that takes care of all that, right? But the distortions operate through.
No, but that's the point. That expression holds fixed the fraction of adopters.
Right. So plug in the two different adopting fractions. You're still getting a multiple of like 15.
Yeah.
So that's suggesting that the distortions themselves are causing this massive difference in So then you, on top of that, you add the distortions, and all of a sudden you're hitting the targeted ratio for average size, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that must be a factor of like 50, or is that the impact of the distortions to reduce average size by that much?
I need to think through that.
Okay.
So you're saying.
So all I did is I took your calibration.
No, I understand, but what is bothering you is
when I plugged them in for India and I plugged them in for
but bother you that in India, given the parameter values, so that they without distortion they will have larger firms.
Much by a factor of 15.
Yeah.
So to bring that down to a quarter or whatever, a third of what you have in your target, that's a massive impact just from the distortions, right?
AT is lower too.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, but it's also adoption costs are large. I mean, all these things are interacting with each other.
Yeah.
This adoption cost, the productivity, these firms have but the other way to do that is in the version with just in the version with no adoption. That will be a restricted erosion version, and that will generate whatever effect of this correct distortion you have in the in average size.
Okay.
So Daniel Zhu, you had a question?
Yeah, I had actually a question quite related to what Pedro was asking. I think you have a single cross section of exception size, and from there you are backing out distortion, you're backing out productivity, you also backing out the technology adoption cost. So I think it still remains pretty unclear to me, like how you can using one kind of cross section and kind of separate all three of these things that are all fundamentally unknown, and how do you understand the
again, I mean, it depends a little bit on the structure, but yeah. I mean, I can take you to the identification. I mean, I don't want to do that in detail now, but
yeah, just only very intuitively, like
intuitive will be
how should we think about it?
From the Taylor size distribution, I know the distribution the Taylor distribution of productivities, given the return to given the area.
But those were also distorted.
No, the US will be undistorted.
US is not distorted. Okay.
So from the tail you can get that from the smallest size firm. I can get the entry cost, and that's what is going to be important. Is I will try to fit a distribution with at some point a flat region, and that will tell me something about the fraction of adopters, and it will tell me something of the distance in the technologies. Then when you go to India, is I keep on fixing the same distribution of productivities. Now from the Taylor distribution of size distribution, I will learn the distortion parameter. And again, I need to get. There will be something about a flat region that in India will be more prominent if you were to add agriculture firms to the economic census, and so on and so forth. But in terms of, I guess, the distortion and the tail coefficient distribution of productivity are the easier parameter to calibrate. Conditional on assuming a Pareto and giving a value for eta, so giving a return to scale, so to speak.
So I think we have time for one more question. Juan Carlos Halleck, please.
Hi, Paco.
Juan Carlos. Hello?
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Ask away. Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So in the industrial policy debate, at least in Latin America, following on the lines of Danny Roderick's talk, there's not much focus nowadays on the problem of adoption and complementarity, but rather the main focus is on the problem of identifying and building public goods, sectoral public goods that then increase the productivity of all firms in the sector. So I guess it ends up, the implications are similar. Say a public good like a testing lab, or developing a seed, or building an image for exports in the sector. So my question is but I guess the implications are similar, but not necessarily the interaction. There is something about the interaction with distortions. So I just wanted to ask you if you have any thoughts on that, or if there's something in the data that talks about that.
No, I guess the only answer to that is that I guess we see this as a first step in many ways, and that of how to think about quantifying this argument. But we've been working, and we plan to be working more on multi-sectoral versions, where there you can imagine us thinking about clusters of some of these amplification being more important for sectors or not, and maybe that one will relate more to what you're having in mind. But I also, I mean, yeah, also generalizing this to public goods or not, that will also be something interesting to do. But I think our perspective that my reading of why some of these arguments also fell out of fashion is because we don't have a good way to put numbers into these things, and it's a sort of a limitations of the profession on that. So it's trying to rebuild these arguments and scrutinize them more, and try to think of how to connect it to data. And in many ways, what you're doing today is very stark, but in many ways, I think is allow you to think hard on which feature of the data will you use to think about these arguments or not. And it's I guess it depends on that different preference on what the value of different type of work, but building a quantitative framework I think is important. And then you can make that specialize that framework and reach that framework in many ways.
All right, that's a good note to end on. Thank you, Paco.
Thank you.
And thanks everybody for a successful first day. We'll resume tomorrow at the same time we started today. I don't want to venture what time zone everybody's in. I didn't say what that time is, but 8 a.m. Pacific. I'll say that. Thanks very much, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.